How's it going? Yeah, had a few problems. It's been playing up. So, yeah, I don't know what happened, but it sort of just crashed. And StreamYard is nice because even if you crash out, you can come back in. If you crash out on Restream, the stream just stops. It severs it, which is a really annoying thing. So, unfortunately, that's what happened. And I've had to basically it is take two. And as you know, with StreamYard, you can actually put comments before the stream starts. With Restream, you can't. So everything prior to this got wiped. And that's how it goes. What are my top tips against the heat? Umbrellas in Southeast Asia. Come on, guys. Nutritional questions, please. Don't you have an air conditioning at home? Get an air conditioner. Get a fan. Get a mobile fan. What, a hand fan. Oh, God. Or get a person to basically fan you. If you can afford it, that is. Wacky Toast had to come up with one of those wacky ones. Good morning, Bert. G'day, Angela. You're welcome. You're welcome. Try to keep it interesting with the current commentary and stuff like that. Hopefully, this stream will continue going without falling apart again. Next week, I'll be on Restream all week because I've run out of hours on the other one because we did that really long 6-hour session and burned through 9.5 hours, burned through shitloads of hours. So that's what happens. Plus, we've got, just the way it happens. G'day, Zombie. And Dave, mate. How are you, mate? Alex, ice bucket. Yeah, that'll work also. Yes. Just have an ice bath, Wacky Toaster. Throw yourself, immerse yourself. Oh, is that what you say? Oh, fair enough. Now I'm with you. You need to be more precise. You could mean anything. You may want a blowtorch, where you shouldn't have it. So potentially meaning anything. Anyway, in summer, I tend to actually consume more lighter foods. So tend to basically, like fish, crustaceans, lighter stuff. I sort of reduced my meat consumption and I sort of go more into the lighter stuff, dairy and other things like that. If it's a really hot day, sort of, but then again, I mean, the Maasai consume quite a bit of meat on their meat days. So I don't think any food really, the best thermoregulation is obviously getting enough fat, because fat, with the deuterium depletion thing that we talk about, will hydrate you more. So obviously more fat, zero sugar to get better hydration. That's what seems to work for these tribal people. So if we're going to be really scientific about it, yes, the deuterium load does play a role in that regard, in terms of hydration and heat management. It sort of explains why tribal populations can manage heat much better in that regard. So yeah, good levels of niacin, which is in pork primarily, also help. Fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that keep down the collagen degrading enzymes under control, which usually get upregulated from UV radiation. So actually an ancestral diet usually is much better for the body in that regard. So, but if you've got certain genetics which have different tolerance to heat, that's a different issue altogether. So that's just it takes time to adapt in some regards. Tesco went to the government. Border closure has caused a 65,000 lorry driver shortage. Shit. Yeah. Look, I know it's one of the biggest problems in the US with shortages is basically COVID, and the effects on the transport industry. I mean, you had ships off the coast for months, not for days, not for, like a turnover, the occasional ship here or there, but transport ships for days. And the other problem is it's not actually even that, it's the containers. What's actually happened is there's more stuff coming in one direction, and it's too expensive to basically ship back empty containers to Asia or to other areas. And that's what's caused a big problem in terms of container shortages, both for ships and for the transport sector. So it's an absolute mess currently. We developed a globalized supply chain, and so with just-in-time production and so you basically had all these components being wheeled in at a certain rate, certain things being shipped out at a certain rate, and the transport sector had a really good inventory of in terms of container movements, and so they were able to manage that much better. But what's actually happened, because of the situation where a lot of stuff's been coming in but not as much going out because of the COVID sort of situations, the situation on the waterfronts and stuff like that, and the big delays, again due to COVID. And what's actually happened is you've got now stranded containers in different parts. Really, what has to happen is the government needs to step in and basically say, okay, we're going to fix this. We're going to pay for the movement of these containers to get the whole thing working again. So, but unfortunately, politicians, I don't think, have picked up on this situation. Industry is talking about it, but it's not being communicated to politicians. They don't get it, and they don't know what's causing it. But the biggest problem is it is container shortages and what I call containers are being stranded because they don't have enough stuff to put in the containers to move them to another point. And that other point doesn't have enough containers to basically put stuff in to send it to another point. So it's a bit of a mess. Somebody needs to sort it out, especially the US, where there's a lot of components that are coming from overseas. There's a lot of assembly that happens. Still, there's quite a bit of manufacturing that still happens in the US. A lot of people think manufacturing has gone down. Actually, no. If you look at a decade ago, there's more manufacturing that happens in the US. The difference is it's more automated, so you need less workers, but it's still happening at a good level. So in terms of the percentage of the economy, it's less, but in terms of the volume that it actually produces, it's more. But it's actually buying a lot of things, components abroad. And so this is where the problems are, you can't get things. So we're not even talking big businesses, but also small businesses like coffee businesses and stuff like that can't get components which they need to make certain types of dishes and stuff like that, food dishes and all sorts of things, which they used to get from overseas. So that's where all these problems are happening, because there's a container shortage. It's an absolute mess. And pretty much, nobody's bloody doing anything about it at the moment, especially in places like North America. So the movement of containers between Asia and Australia was actually a bit smoother. We didn't have as many issues in that regard because it's a two-way traffic. It's a bit, they need certain things to get from us, and we need certain things to get from them. They don't produce certain things that they need, and we don't produce certain things that we need. And so you can actually move container stuff back and forward. But even here, it's actually gone up as well. Again, because of certain products are no longer being moved And so that's created some issues as well. It's much more limited in Australia, but it still exists here, but at a less level, which probably industry in the next year or so will probably sort it out. But I think in America it's too complicated and there's too many players and everybody's sort of disconnected, and really you need a sort of a, but whether the other thing is your government capable of doing this? That's the other question, because currently it may not have the appropriate people. So, yeah, it's a bit of a fucked situation, so to speak. Yes. Another COVID victim. Yes. Oh, Dave, mate, how are you? Good to see you. So you're in that part of the unmentioned stuff for Greeks. We can't mention, it's like the Monty Python thing. We can't mention the war. Yes, we can't mention that place. Yes, they are using a name that doesn't belong to them. They are Slavs, after all. They're not Macedonians. They are Slavs. And the original name, as Bobby found out himself, Bobby Perspective, he actually found out himself that when he did genetic tests, he realised he was Bulgarian mostly and had a bit of Greek in him. So up until, what was it, 100 odd years ago, there was no such state. There were ethnologists who came in from the US, from other parts of Europe. You can't say they were biased towards the Greeks or the Bulgarians, and actually never came across such a people, So it was basically an invention of the Yugoslav kingdom, and then it was perpetuated by the Yugoslav communists because it suited them, because they wanted to basically create a different people. We did the same bloody thing in Greece. Crazy. The people in Thrace, they consider themselves Greeks of Muslim Greeks. And even the Treaty of Lausanne actually says this. We followed an American position to basically turn them into Turks. Why? Because at the time, back in the 50s, our relationships with the Turks weren't bad. And so we deliberately tried to force these people, and they hated it because we had there was a sort of military government at the time, and they had an attitude, well, a real Greek is somebody who's both Greek and Orthodox. You can't be a Muslim and be Greek. So they had a very bizarre way of viewing the world, and they force these people. These people now are basically quite rebellious. There's a small group that basically gets funding from Turkey, so they jump up and down. But the majority of them, they've got actually their own newspapers and stuff like that, and say, no, we're not this. And even some of them gone away and done genetic tests and said, here's the proof. We're Greek, but we're Muslims, Muslim Greeks. But nobody's fucking listening, so nobody's supporting them. So just crazy situation in many parts of the world. How myths are created, and people then, it's no different than, the Aryan notion that the Germans came up with. The Aryans are basically the people that invaded northern India, have nothing to do with the Germans. But it's just myths and legends and crap that people create which have no archaeological basis. As I said, if you take a look, the Macedonian kingdoms were Greek. In Egypt, they carved Greek into stone. In the Indo Greek kingdom, they carved it as well, and they influenced Buddhism as well. You go to Bactria and Sogdiana, those sort of places, which are basically parts of Pakistan and parts of that, you basically see all these, the languages of the Greek Bactrian kingdoms were basically Greek and Bactrian. For one period, it was quite primarily Greek, and there was even war between the Chinese, and the Chinese recognised these people as Greek. They fought them for the actual Macedonian horses because they were so good. So they were considered a very sort of a great horse in their eyes anyway. So they actually went to war with the Greeks to basically get the horse. Crazy stuff does happen. But yes. It is a nice place, don't get me wrong. It is a beautiful place of the world. But the old name of the region in antiquity was called Dardania. So that really should be the name of the region, not Northern Macedonia. But that's my personal opinion. Others may disagree, but that's fine. Each to their own. Most archaeology agrees with the Greeks on this issue. You take a look, most of the people who were Greeks of Alexander's military in Egypt after the decolonial period and the sort of the Republican type left-wing Republicans, they forced the Greeks out, and a lot of them actually ended up in Australia. I know a few of them who were part of the Greek community here, and others went back to Greece. They didn't go to Northern Macedonia. They didn't go to this part. They went back to Greece because they were Greek, even though they had ancestry from antiquity there in Egypt. So, yeah, it's BS, unfortunately. It was created by people who it was basically, the Yugoslavs basically wanted access to the Aegean. That's what it was. And they were claiming that land should be theirs. So, there's plenty of these other people that are not indigenous to the area who claim land from us. We were here first is the Greek motto. So fuck off if you don't like it. Anyway, I'll move on. I may have upset some people who don't give a shit. In UK, sorry. In UK? What about UK? What is it, Brett? What you were saying? Oh, Tesco. Oh, yeah. Well, yes. That probably has been magnified due to the Brexit as well. So it's probably a lot of issues. But COVID is a big one in terms of containers being stranded in different parts of the world, because you have to fill a container to put it on the boat, and no truck company will take a container. So you've got all these containers stranded in different parts, and there's a container shortage at the moment. Massive container shortage. It's crazy, but that's what it is, and that's how it goes. Tom, second question. Is cocoa butter and coconut oil okay keto for any negatives of each one? Now, when it comes to basically coconut oil, I don't know which part of the world you are, but you may, Northern Europeans and some Eastern Europeans tend to have what is called a salicylate. Southern Europeans don't. We've over a number of thousand years, we've adapted to foods high in salicylates, and we don't have any salicylate sensitivity. But some people do, and there can be a problem in that regard. If it's basically, I mean, I don't see it as a species-appropriate food for the reason is, yes, it is saturated fat. It's safe in that regard, but the downside is there can be some issues with manufacturing with coconut oil with some contaminants, but generally speaking, the problem is that basically it's devoid of fat-soluble vitamins, it's devoid of a lot of things, of a lot of good nutrients, so it's basically nearly like empty calories. But it's a safe cooking oil. That's as far as it goes. Do you need it? No. You might as well use butter, ghee, and lard and tallow, because you're actually going to get far more micronutrients from it. So that's the way I see it. When it comes to cocoa butter is another one of those things which has got saturated fats. It does, on the other hand, does have some nutrients in terms of micronutrients, far better than coconut oil, but it also has some anti-nutrients, so it can be an issue. And we don't have sufficient data and sufficient research to really actually say what effects does it have long term. And it's expensive compared to basically, you can go and buy pig's fat, very little money. You can go and buy butter and stuff like that, very little. And it's really high nutrition and no anti-nutrients. It's also got very good quantities of minoquinone 4, which is the K2, the stuff that actually pulls calcium out of soft tissue and puts it in the bones. So I would say I would prioritize those type of foods, which are cheaper and far more nutritious in many regards. I don't see the value of cocoa butter. There are certain types of keto treats that people make with cocoa butter, and it does provide a nutty flavour. So I've used it myself in the past, but that's probably the only the sort of only area I would use it. I wouldn't use it as a regular thing in that regard. So that's pretty much it in that regard. I know there's a bit of a sort of a thing with ketovore and adding some plants and stuff like that. I don't see the value, honestly, in terms of and even people say, oh, well, with avocados, you get all this potassium. Well, do you really? Take a look at how much is in steak. Quite a bit of potassium. In milk products, quite a bit. And if you eat sufficient, you probably get enough, more than enough than you secrete. If you check my videos out, I do have some videos on both magnesium and potassium and how much the body excretes and how much do you really need to cover that excretion rate. So do you really most people are getting more than enough if they're eating a sensible animal-based diet. So I don't see, unless they're doing prolonged fasting and crazy things like that and sort of not using trace minerals and stuff like that and not sufficient salt and things like that, yeah, then it can become an issue. But otherwise, Tom, no. Look, I don't care what people do, it's your money. If you want to spend the money because you like the taste, fair enough. It doesn't bother me, but I can't see the value in it on a nutritional side or, on the monetary side either. Morning, Harry. My vitamin D is based on grapeseed oil. Is the oil okay to take? So is it? No. No. But look, the amount that's in there is so little, it's probably going to not really kill you, okay? But in future, when you do buy vitamin D supplementations, focus on getting ones with either MCT oil, and unless you've got a salicylate, I usually tend to steer people towards MCT. Why? For simple. There are other things. There's coconut oil, but then people could have a salicylate sensitivity. I usually buy the coconut ones because I don't really care because they tend to be slightly cheaper than the MCT ones, and I don't have a salicylate problem, so it doesn't bother me. So yeah, do consider that. But the amount of if your diet, most of your diet is fairly clean, the amount of lipid peroxidation is going to be fairly small, minute, and probably your upregulated glutathione production, since your insulin is lower, your upregulated glutathione probably can manage it, But then again, you don't want to be, the more you put, it is higher in deuterium, but the quantity again is very small. So it's probably neither here or there, but in terms of quality of stuff that you put in your body, it's probably not a good idea because the only downside is basically its incorporation to your tissues for a number of years. That means you will have some reactivity. And yes, that's probably the downside of it. But again, as I said, if you keep the diet otherwise pretty clean, the upregulation and the electron doning of the glutathione back to vitamin E and keeping recycling it probably will deal with any of that sort of those issues over time, and it will probably sort it out within a smaller period of time anyway, as long as it's not having to deal with other things that you're compounding. Pretty much. Europe is going to levy taxes from 1st of July. That is the reason for blockage. Okay, I didn't know about that. Is that this is on the UK itself. Okay. So that may be another compounding thing as well. But there is a container shortage and there are container issues. This is probably making it worse. That's why that large amount that he mentioned, which is like 65,000, I'm going, it seems quite high. So, these sort of things seemed a bit higher. So, yeah. So basically, COVID, container shortages, the general transport system, plus add to that a tax hike. Yeah, that will make things worse, definitely. Okay. So Europe is really taking the fist to the UK. Such European solidarity. Yes. 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 Yes, Sir Flappers. That's right, Richard. Okay. Anyone in the UK know how you would get Novavax if the doctor surgery doesn't use it? No idea. Good luck. You need to call your Department of Health or Ministry of Health, depending on which country you're in, and find out from them whether they've purchased it, because they may not have purchased it. And then if they haven't, stick to vitamin D. Basically, so stick to vitamin D. The whole reason is, even Novavax we don't need. If we stick to good levels of vitamin D, you'll survive it if you get it. You're not going to, Mira basically took an injectable 10,000 IUs and she was slightly deficient. And, she was really feeling crappy that first day. She was really, she was scared out of her mind and thought she was dying. And, oh God, she was whining as some women do. Anyway, let's move on. And basically I told her to pull herself together. And basically I told her to go and get an injection immediately. And that's what she did. And after that, she felt better the next day. She said, I feel really great. I said, go and get another one. Do I need one? Yes, go. So she went and got another one. And then the third one was a bit of a struggle. I had to pressure her. And eventually she did go and do the third one. And now she's back to normal. She's good. All good. So, but she was, she had sort of neglected, and they tend to like the lighter skin. And so they put cream on and they avoid the sun and they go out, like she goes out with an umbrella in the tropics, not to get burnt. Not to go brown, which is the thing. Oh, God. And here's we Westerners paying shitloads of money to get a tan. Anyway, yes, the different things that people do. But no, look, it's because of the airlines are going to be really bastards with this sort of, they're going to be pushing governments to try and enforce some sort of COVID passport to travel. And that's why I'm going to be probably forced, because I need to travel and I want to travel. I'm going to be forced to take the damn thing, even though I don't think I need it. In a sense, I can survive without it. But this is probably the least risky one. Obviously, as I've said, these vaccines have not really gone through vigorous trials, vigorous testing, vigorous assessment and stuff like that. They've been rushed. Again, politicians, and they're rushing. But in terms of the way this one is done, it's probably the safest Western vaccine that I can come up with. There's nothing else out there currently that basically has a lot of the elements that I like. It's basically not inside a liposome. It's basically glued onto a very small liposome, but there's nothing inside that liposome. It's basically, a very small thing, which is a raft for the spikes. So the spikes are on the outside. They will become visible to the immune system at a localized level. They can't get into cells. They basically and replicate. They don't have basically the actual spike itself has got two prolines on the receptor, so it can't use it, it can't react, it can't interact. And so fundamentally, it can't run anything. And so because it can't run anything, it doesn't have a messenger RNA to basically use the body's own replication system inside the cells. So it can't do anything in that regard. So all it can do is whatever quantity you get injected, that's it. It can't produce any more. That is it. And basically it means that it'll get attacked by the immune system and get taken out. When you put things in liposomes and they go into cells and replicate and all that, you basically it's like you're putting them in an LDL or something like that. It's not as visible to the immune system. It's a problem, the way that these other ones have been designed. So there are issues in that regard, and we don't know what I've got some ideas and theorize and speculate on what potential, based on previous research that has been done in this field. But there are other possible negative outcomes as well. But those are pure speculation at this point because we've got no research to look at. We can look at in terms of reactivation. We can of older viruses, other retroviruses in the body. We can also look at things, autoimmunity and all sorts of other sort of issues. But some of the other things on reproduction and all sorts of other things, we just don't have the research. So, because remember, the previous one was using this sort of like a viral vector, or using this method in order to move stuff through that. Basically, it wasn't a sort of, it was a different thing. It was a different component inside there. So this time we're putting a deactivated spike of a virus, a foreign, into the organism in a very different way, which we've never done before. So we know some possible issues, but we don't know all possible issues. So, but why take the risk is my view anyway. Yeah. So, yep, that was that one. So basically, yes. Nice. I actually prefer ghee to coconut. Good. I haven't really tried lard. Going to look into it. Yeah, you should try it. I love lard. I enjoy lard. It's got a real nice flavour. It depends. Try it. I mean, you've got ghee, butter as other options. If you're sort of, lactose, you got lactose issues, then ghee is the better option then, Tom. 70-year-old carnivore left a comment saying he was taking progesterone and got his testosterone levels to 900 doing this. I don't understand how this works. Well, it actually, progesterone does. Look, a lot of these hormones actually decline as you age, and if you're on an inappropriate diet for a very long time. But it wouldn't only be the progesterone that's actually helping in this regard. It would also be basically this person would have far more cholesterol in their diet. They would have far more potentially vitamin D as well, is important for testosterone. You can't get it that high. This person would have done a number of things, not only that. So between there, they must have got this, quite a few other things. So it's really hard to say which affected more. I know that progesterone can help a bit, but to that level, it's probably other factors as well. It's a accumulation of factors. But send me a link of where you found it and stuff like that. Just email me. I'll look into it and try and find out what the person actually really did and get more details. So, yeah. Seems I've seen your magnesium, hence my first question. That might have been okay. Yeah, probably was. Yep. So fourth quarter, we're getting it. They've told us the third quarter, so it should be in the next couple of months, unless it gets delayed further. So we're being told September, which is the end of the third quarter. At most, the beginning of the fourth quarter, which is October. So we've still got a couple of months. So we're nearly, so July, August. So it's probably 3 to 4 months away, which is a bit annoying, but, it is what it is. Keep your vitamin D status up, basically. Yeah, it's what do you do? But I'm definitely not going to take the other experimental stuff, I can tell you. This one, I pretty much don't worry. I don't worry about this one, but the other ones definitely wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. Yeah, thanks, Bert, for giving us the info on the UK situation, because I don't know enough. It's easier here. I can call the department and find out what's happening, but it's really hard overseas. You can't do that. So it helps when other people have done that or looked into it. It does help. Currently, you can only call here the department, get some information. Some of the state governments, I think, Zombie Macbung, I think she said that actually the Queensland government, which is in the north of Tasmania, actually, yeah. So, but it's one of those things. Anyway, hello to you, DJ Projectus. Hormones in humans and animals are the same, no difference. Some of them work similar, but they're not exactly the same in terms of the way their receptors and stuff like that. I'll give you an example. Bovine growth hormone does the same thing as human growth hormone, but at the same time, it does it in a more magnified way, so it has a more magnification, but we don't have the receptors for it, so the receptors are different. So it does nothing in us. It just becomes expensive feces. That's about it. But all eukaryotics and all mammals generally, let's just go back to mammals. All mammals basically usually have common evolutionary pathway, so they have common hormones. They have thyroid hormones, they have all these testosterone, estrogen, all these different hormones. They just are slightly different, and the receptors are slightly different for a number of them. So there can be something that are similar, especially in close proximity species like the chimps and us and certain other are much more similar. The closer a species is related, they are more similar. The more further apart they're slightly different because of the sort of differences in genetic transcription. So there's that factor as well. So yeah, it depends. Yes, but for the foods that we consume, for a number of these hormones that potentially people could make out are risks, they are non-risks. So in that regard, so nothing to worry, nothing to see here, so to speak. And in particular, it's not so much animal flesh, it's more things like milk. That's what we're really talking about fundamentally for some of these hormones. They're so different. They just, don't use our receptors. So even things like IGF-1 can't get through. Well, there is a peptide that it can actually piggyback on, but it's so inefficient. It's so minor. It's like a blip, in terms of, and even estrogen is fucking so low, like 6 nanograms when we produce, 50 odd thousand as males and 600 odd thousand as females, and, pretty much there, 6 nanograms for a couple of glasses of milk. Absolutely a drop in the ocean, even with estrogen. So all these things, I've actually chatted in my chat with Bart. I covered all of these points about different things relating to animal foods, and also those sort of differences. So if it's based on that concern, don't concern yourself. They're non-issues. They just, I don't know, urban myths or whatever the people have made up, and then they just keep on circulating. It's one of those things. I always challenge people like that and say, show me the study where that receptor is identical to the human one. And I never hear of them again. They vanish. Did I say something funny or weird or strange or intimidating? Maybe the intimidating thing was the truth that they couldn't handle, and they ran away and hid. or went to some other website and said the same shit, and that person probably didn't know, and they were able to get away with it, as happens, unfortunately, in this world. Dominique, my dear friend from the lovely Ireland, I've managed to get my meat consumption up to 600 grams plus. It's a bit of a struggle to eat it all. Yes, it is. It is. I just had about 500 odd grams today, and did have a bit of extra cheese and a few other things. And I was walking back with Ling, and I said, "This," because I actually picked up some pork and I just had it this evening, which was really nice. And she goes, "Isn't that a lot?" And I said, "No." Anyway, yes, one of those things. She's getting into the tune of consuming more protein. I just wish I could convince Mira to consume a bit more protein. So anyway, working on that one. I get the funny looks. What's wrong with what I eat? I get that sort of, yes. Anyway, it's a work in progress. Yeah, some people do. You can actually, if you like 4 hours difference between the two, so 300 and 300, it works for some people. And it's still within the 6-hour time restricted feeding because, so. If it's after it's cooked, it's probably heavier. It's probably more because you're going to lose a lot, some of the actual moisture, and so that means that it's like drying out meat. The protein percentage goes up. So yeah, if it is after, definitely the protein goes up. If he's measuring before, it will be based on what the nutritional information is. That's non-cooked, basically, the majority of the time, which is about 25%. There's a lot of water in meat. Anyway, and it usually is low deuterium water at that because that animal has deteriorated some of that stuff. Anyway, nice. Yes, he's struggling to get the numbers up. Uncooked weight, yep, that's what we mostly, because that's what we look at. Got to understand, zombie, we look at the actual package as meant and go, oh yeah, I'm not going to measure it after. I do the same thing, Dom. I say, fuck that, too much work. It's a male thing. I suspect every male. Yes, you women are sort of more go a bit overboard on your measuring. I eat nearly a kilo of meat. Yes, but I have physical job. I'm tall. Yes, that would definitely count. Makes sense. Yes, you will definitely tear more tissue. Look, hey, that's about how much Sean Baker actually consumes. Those sort of levels, but he's a big, tall bloke and big, muscular, so he's got higher requirements in that regard. Remember, we're talking about grams per kilo of body weight, and it will vary depending on how big you are as a person. I only eat about that much red meat. I also have 100 grams of salmon, some eggs every day. Okay, you have salmon as well and eggs every day. Okay, interesting. I sort of have a bit of probably 2 days of seafood and a couple of eggs here and there. But I don't have a lot of seafood every day, or any, it's just probably 2 days a week, and it varies what it is. Tuna is my favorite. Actually, tuna steaks, actually more favorite than salmon, but that's me. Oh, you need to eat more, my son. God, you'll fade away. What is wrong with you? Feed that body. It's got a lot of tissue that needs to be maintained, muscle and musculoskeletal. We don't want those bones atrophying or becoming osteoporotic all those muscles sarcopenic. Eat that meat, mate. Two lamb chops. Ah, yes. Well, you're a Kiwi. We know you're into lamb, you know. Just, don't rub it in. I'm having chicken tonight. Oh, God. Corny adverts. Oh. Yes. Eggs are the real superfood. Great for muscle protein synthesis. Great for protein utilization. Better than any other animal food. Need more. Yeah, actually, I do like scrambled with butter. I throw a bit of cheese in there as well. And I do have the pork rind, and I do sometimes throw some pork rind into it as well. Yes. Gotta make it interesting. No problem. G'day, kitty. No problem to consume 400 grams of steak. Ah, yes. My kind of woman. Oops. Hold on. Ah, God. Disengage. Got caught. I nearly banned Richard accidentally. This is the only problem. It actually has like the new messages thing sits on top. So if you don't scroll further up, because it doesn't go like StreamYard, which you lose your position, it sort of, you have to manually do it. And what happens is I can basically, if I'm not doing it, I can end up clicking on the wrong things. Yes, it definitely does. Oink oink. I just had a bit of pig. Ah, yes. Just had two very fatty cuts myself. Oops, bit of move up. But, yes. You're going to make me hungry again. Bloody hell. Bit of drink. The baby needs his milk. What about mimicking hormones, say soy? Can those have an effect on humans? Yes, they can. Including not only foods, also xenoestrogens like chemicals and other things in the environment. Usually if people have got a lot of hormonal derangement, I usually sort of recommend boron as it's like a sledgehammer type thing. It's a hack, basically, not to be used at a high level continuously, but 12 milligrams, 9 milligrams the next week, the third week 6, the fourth week 3 milligrams, and you stick to 3 milligrams for a couple of months, just 3 months odd, just to normalize the hormones, and then get off it. You don't need to be taking it forever. And it's just really to normalize, to bring down, especially if you've been exposed to mold and all sorts of things and other chemicals. I don't know what your job is, DJ Projectus. There's a lot of things that people can get exposed to, xenoestrogens and other things. Not only these sort of, obviously if you had past experience with flax and stuff like that, there's all sorts of hormone disrupting components in that. That would take a whole program to describe, and others have done it. So, and I've talked about it in the past. So yes, they can be problematic. That's why species appropriate diet tends to steer you away from all these things that can disrupt your endocrine system, your hormonal system, so to speak. I don't measure any more years of keto measuring. I can guess pretty well now. Yeah, me too. But you did excessively in the past, didn't you, zombie? Be honest. because I know I did as well. Like an old grandma, measuring everything and writing everything in a book. Oh, God. Yes. Ah, yes. He's a big boy then. You're a big bird. Couldn't help myself. The Sesame Street thing came out into me. Watched some vegan gains last night. Apparently soy affects women worse, bringing on menstruation sooner. Okay. Oh, God, they must be a happy couple, those two. One shits himself and comatoses and falls asleep, and the other one has other issues. Bloodletting. God. I believe, Bird, all my vegetated friends' daughters got periods at 10 years old. Yes, hormone disrupting. Yes, unfortunately, these kids are being affected very much. And there's a lot of growth factors that shouldn't be there and are there. And there's a lot of issues, unfortunately, in that community. And yeah, and nobody gives a shit, especially the more concerned about other idiotic things rather than the child abuse of vegans. Some governments are taking steps, but only when a child dies or actually is severely emaciated or has major health issues, but then it's nearly too late because a lot of damage has happened. Yeah, it's appalling. But when you've got recommendations from certain organisations saying it's suitable for everyone at any age, yes, garbage. Like carbivore daughter right on her 12th birthday when it's supposed to be. You mean carnivore? Maybe because she has some indiscretions. Fair enough. Soy seems to affect men, but no studies. It affects testosterone. Apparently, soy messes with other things in men. Yes, it does. It does quite a bit. But for vegan gains, menstruation was late, I bet. Yes. And we should call yes. Like slip of the tongue. Freudian slip. We'll pay it. That's what I mean. Completely changed the meaning. Exactly. That's why I said Freudian slip on your part. Yeah, he's looking like he's a mess. He's a mess, that guy. He's really a mess, falling apart. And he's still a relatively young bloke. We're not talking about an old person here. We're talking a person in their 20s, more or less. Late 20s, I think, now. But still, God, does he look like a mess? Yes. I used to be a dairy addict as well. It's probably a good thing. Strong bones in later life if you've got good, mineralized bones. Yes. And you're getting in all the other foods, fat-soluble vitamins and all the other elements in there. So, yes, that all helps for good bones in the long run. As they say, doctors, the bones you're exposing them to vitamin D as well, which is good. The bones and muscles you create, or the muscle nuclei in the muscles you create when you're a youngster, actually really helps in later life. Not that you can't increase, with certain activities and certain nutrients, but it's much harder. It's much easier building that sort of stuff as a foundation when you're younger. That's why I say these vegan kids and all that, God, they're going to be a disaster in the long run if they survive the initial years of their dangerous diet. Yes. I think Japan reported women getting hot flushes intake too much soy. Not even sure what a hot flush is. Well, when you look at basically tribal women that are on an ancestral diet, like Mary Ruddock has actually talked about, the Maasai and others, they don't get any of this. When you ask them, they look at you funny. What is this Western person saying? Do you Western women get this? This is strange. They don't get it. That tells you something. When you get that sort of funny reaction, facial reaction, it means it doesn't happen amongst them. They don't know what these Western women are talking about. So that tells you a lot. So, yes. That's how much we've separated ourselves from our ancestral diet. And the reason why we have a lot of health problems, and it takes a number of years for us to sort of correct and reverse the damages that we've done. Yes. You're generating all the heat and steam yourself. Nice one, Angela. I knew you're a hot woman. Yeah, I've come across that sort of stuff as well, but it's associational. We don't have clinical. It's still associational, unfortunately. So we don't have clinical stuff, and we haven't done the research. So we can't definitively say. Obviously, when you look at ancestral people, you don't see these conditions. And then you look at people that are eating non-ancestral foods, you do see these conditions. So at a minimum, what we can say is you don't see it in those populations, but you do see it in others. So it was my studies, actually. Yeah. Actually, that's interesting, because my studies, look, when it comes on the dietary side, you can't really trust my studies, because we don't have all animals are differently adapted to different diets. I mean, you can't even get a rat into ketosis unless you go 90%, in terms of fat and very low protein and all that. So the nutritional stuff is bonkers in general. But what the foods can tell you when you feed, we've fed rats with bacon, and I've told you that before, and it's protective against, cancers, colon cancer. So what we can get from that is say, this food does either good or bad, or it's neutral. Now, when you actually give this food and it reacts in that sort of way and increases epilepsy, which is not a thing that's really common to rats, you don't find and all that, and induces something like that, that's a concern. Because I've seen associational study, but I haven't seen, can you actually send me the study? I'd like to read it. I find that interesting. I haven't come across it. If you remember what it is, I would much appreciate it in that regard. Oops, I missed that one. Okay, Angela. May helping with detoxing. Hello. Okay. Yes. Them damn rodents. Yes, they don't live very long, and you can actually test them until they pass out. Epitome of malnourishment. 7 by Sverige is out now. What do you think? I haven't seen it. Even though I disagree with a number of things that Sverige actually says, you are slaves if you eat cooked meat. So we've only been cooking it for 1.5 million years, but I do eat some raw stuff as well. But, I do have some differences. I'm not into urine drinking either, or anything like that. It's high in deuterium, not a very good thing. It's a waste product. Let it go into the toilet. And there's a couple of other things, some strange things that he's got, flat earth nonsense and stuff like that. But he does come from a vegan type background. He knows these people. I don't come from a vegan background. He knows them. He contacts, he talks to them. He's got information about them. So it probably is going to be interesting. I'll probably take a look and see what he's got, because these people are engaging the Randall cycle. Are not engaging the Randall cycle. They're probably not getting enough calories, and they're wasting away massively. That's what happens, you know. It's one thing that I've actually said in the past. If you basically go on a low-fat diet, similar to Walter Kempner used to think, what he used to whip. I said this earlier in my earlier stream. He used to whip, and in the chat that I had with Pim, he used to whip his clients. I'm not kidding you. Back in the 1930s, you'd probably get away with it. Today, it'd be locked up. But he used to whip to comply, to eat enough sugar, not to waste away their muscles. So this is the biggest problem with these. These diets are like fasting, mimicking type. It's like doing a low-calorie diet, but not engaging the Randall cycle, which means that you are able to, burn and not store. So you can lose weight, but also eventually you will start losing muscle mass and everything else. You'll really start falling apart. This is what happens to them. It's just crazy. They get emaciated. Some of them look so bad, they're horrifying, They look like people that have starved in Africa, that sort of level of emaciation. Absolute madness, these people. Even Walter knew you do it for a year, that's it, to correct a problem. Growth factors and lower those growth factors and insulin to be able to fix things. But these people, crazy stuff. So it'd be probably interesting in that regard to see what the vegan community is currently looking like. We know some of them are really looking bad, like Richard, VG, and a few others, Mr. Comatose, we should call him. How is the diet going, Harry? Any ice cream this weekend? No, I've been much nicer. I'm trying to convince Ling to make me some, like, carnival ice cream. Cross your fingers. I hope she's watching right now. Are you, Ling? She said she'll think about it. So, yes. I'm struggling. I'm suffering. She told me off last time. She said, did you buy any? No. So, yes. So she's putting the pressure on me not to buy any. Luckily, I'm not doing these sort of sessions with Sean, my brother, because I blame my brother. I can't control myself. Yes. Okay, thanks. I will check it out. I will definitely check it out. Okay, so bring that up. Good. Fantastic. Exacerbate seizures in mice model of neurological disease. I'll have to check the design to see how it's made, the actual study, so to see exactly, because sometimes they may deliberately make the mice susceptible, and that's not exactly it. You should let the whole thing run through its course with a control and see what happens without a modified mouse. So, then it's a confounding situation. And so I need to look at it properly. So before I have an opinion on it in that regard, but thanks, I will look into it. I always find these sort of things interesting. Sometimes even if there are some issues with it, I can see. Wrong about Storage is wrong about meat. He says that meat is aging humans because of the growth hormones. He's an idiot. That's what I mean, this sort of stuff. The receptor, the growth hormone receptor of humans cannot bind with the growth hormone in bovine. It can't work, okay? It just can't work. It's like you can't give, our growth hormone to them. It doesn't work. Ours doesn't work in them, and theirs doesn't work in us. Simple as that. Chimps may be a different story because chimps are more closer related. So that's a different thing. The receptors are not that different, but there is substantial difference. This is why this is all just nonsense. Same thing with, as I said, with a number of other things. But I do discuss them in my discussions. This is where people just talk shit, and it's old. This is old stuff going back where naturopaths, and they were usually vegetarian naturopaths. That's the environment he comes from, vegan, vegetarian, and a lot of that garbage that he accumulated from that environment he brought across to the carnivore community. The reality is most of that was junk then, and it's still junk now. Okay, because basically, if it was that case, we wouldn't be getting centenarian Maasai, and we wouldn't basically be getting Maasai that live much longer and are much more robust and stronger than the other tribal groups that they surround. And they're the most ferocious warriors. So I don't think that would be the case because they consume far more milk than many other populations. So I would call that a BS, a big BS in that regard. That will be in my myths and legends of, the crackpot vegans and all that. But yes, I think I've done one. I need to do more. It's too many things to do. Not surprising, but generally with many things, how much is valid comparing mice and humans with our different biology and digestive system? Yeah, exactly. There is quite a bit difference. It's very hard to get a mouse into ketosis. Their digestive system is very different than ours in a number of regards. So their pH is different of their stomach. There's all sorts of things. What they have in common with us is they are mammals. Okay, so they have common elements. So if you put a poison into a mammal, it doesn't matter what. If it kills one, it'll kill the others. So there are certain things that can be tested, in a sense, whether it does harm to a body in that regard. So they do have their area for testing products, testing things to make sure that they don't cause harm to humans. So yeah, they do in that regard. But beyond that, when it comes to nutrition, forget it. Very different biology. But we can still test things and say, okay, if I give a bacon to this, I induce cancer, I give it bacon, is it protective or not? I did show that study, and it is. It's in one of my videos. I can't remember which one. So that tells you something. That tells you that basically, this isn't a problem, this food. But if you give a medication, because there are certain biological differences, it may work differently. That's why, because we have slightly different receptors, and so like the growth hormone receptor or stuff like that. And so you give a medication and it passes fine with a rat. And then they do human trials and it fails. So yes, there are differences, and that's why it's not a valid thing to compare. But you can use a mouse model to get an idea of, certain things that may be reacting poorly in mammals, but then you have to do studies in humans. And that's where it becomes very difficult. And that's when they say, well, that's too difficult. Let's just do epidemiology and let's just do observational stuff because it's easy and cheaper. And then that's all confounded as well. So unfortunately, currently with the current mindset and the way things are done, it's going to be really hard to work out. So how can we work things out? We can only work things out from like our own life experiences. We see friends and relatives or ourselves that may have been vegan, sad dieters or whatever in the past. We saw what it did to our health, and now we've changed and we see differences. And we go, that's definitely a positive move that we've made. And We don't know all the confounding all the variables that are at play, but at least we know when you move away from non-species appropriate foods, as we talk about, to a more species appropriate, things seem to resolve largely. So that tells you something. Okay, I was curious of my vegan friend, 16-year-old, just got diagnosed with seizures. That doesn't surprise me. She would be nutrient deficient on a lot of levels, and yeah, maybe you should flicker a link to the Johns Hopkins University Hospital about the ketogenic diet and seizures and epilepsy and stuff like that. Maybe it'll change her mind, because after a couple of seizures, she may get motivated to say, maybe this diet isn't the best for me, because pain can be a great motivator. Anyway, but tell her not to do the classical one. Do something that is based on an animal-based diet, which is much healthier than the seed oil laden crap that they use in some of the preparations, or traditionally used. They may have changed now, but yes. And their diet is soy-based. Yeah, says it all. Yeah. But it may not be just that. It may be other factors. Well, nutrient deficiencies do play a role in this as well. People that actually put in back the supplement or stuff see reduction in some of this sort of stuff. So there's definitely micronutrients at play here as well. Obviously, the animal foods have got better micronutrient profile and also better. I mean, as an example, red meat, taurine. Taurine increases GABA. So it is a calming thing. So eat meat. This is why, people like Amber O'Hearn went on a carnivore diet, improved her neurological state. She doesn't use any medicine. She was bipolar. Because the nutrients in animal foods don't react negatively, and also provide all the micronutrients that the body needs to work properly, for all the enzymes to work, because they need cofactors. It's nutrient dense in that regard. So it fixes things. It makes things work properly. It's like basically, if you put the right fuel in a car, it'll work. If you don't, it won't. So this is what we're talking about here. That's a sort of a simplistic analogy, but you get the gist of the matter. Anyway, yes, Very talks about how salt ages you. Oh, God. Oh, God. What a load of nonsense. Most populations that have got centenarians salt heavily. The Okinawans salt heavily their food. The Koreans, the Hong Kong people, the people of Ikaria in Greece salt heavily. And they are the ones that it's actually tribal groups in some part of the Amazon that don't use enough salt or whatever, and they usually don't have one centenarian amongst them. What the fuck is he talking about? God, he's a cockwomble. I mean, if you look at the actual, out of the Asians, the Japanese and Koreans have the highest consumptions, and the highest, and the Hong Kong people, and some of the highest life expectancy in Asia. Ugh, what can one say? This is what I mean. This is the cockwomble shit. As I said, he's brought this garbage over from the vegan environment. He didn't jettison everything when he came across. He brought a lot of garbage with him. Unfortunately, that's what happens with some of these people who are less than educated on things, scientific, nutrition-wise and everything else, and have a historical perspective of things. All he knows is from his own experiences, some nonsense that he heard a long time ago, and he's just basically stuck to that. So, yes, he doesn't seem to me like the academic type that goes away and researches and validates things. No, he's just got opinions like many other crackpots. Maybe if you dry age yourself in it, anything is possible. Has never worked out. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Work in the sun all day and then see how much. Exactly. Fucking hell. Yeah. I mean, I've worked on the land myself as a youngster. My first job was actually working for Dad. And I was 11 years old and worked in a store. And pretty much you had to do, anybody knows about a potato peeler? Well, it's a big machine, a big massive machine that was bigger than me. And I had to throw potatoes in that and it would actually peel them off and then they would fall into this holding area. And then you've got a bucket underneath, a big massive plastic bucket with water, and you are basically cutting through a cutting machine. I can tell you, you work a lot of muscles in that regard because you're actually literally having to force the potato through. And, people know about fish and chips and stuff like that. So, yes. So I did a lot of that sort of shit, let alone crates and all sorts of things. And then when I was 13, I got my first job, not working for Dad, but working in a restaurant, my first job. So, yes. After that, Dad turned around and looked at me and said, "Now you're a man. You're earning your own keep." Okay, thanks, Dad. I really needed that. But in a sense, he was right. In a sense, it did mature me much faster than my peers at the time. So it's probably made me a bit wiser and smarter earlier in that regard. So I do take off my hat to Dad. Nothing like life experiences. Yes, most of these people in their little ivory towers of, kumbaya and all that, and probably parents that have got a bit of a dosh that can make that. I mean, my parents had money at the time as well, but they had a different attitude. You had to learn to earn it, not to be given it. That just makes you lazy. And my father hated lazy people. He still does. Anyway, and I have to say, I don't really think highly of lazy people either. Let me put it that way. Get off your fucking ass and do something. I don't have access to raw milk and I drink pasteurised. Not the same taste. Yes, unfortunately, it doesn't have the same taste that is true. What you're doing is you're still getting some micronutrients. Not everything is destroyed with pasteurisation. Obviously, you're losing lactoferrin and a few other things. And the B vitamins, vitamin C, forget it, you're not going to get any. And those sort of things. But yeah, it's that sort of creamy taste of the raw milk, the traditional. Yes, you're missing out. I feel for you. I have quite a few very long-term vegan friends with kids in their teens. Now they are all very ill. That's why my kids are meat-based. Good, yes. I bet they are, yes. I suspect in the next decade that they'll be turning up at my doorstep asking for help for intractable conditions that they've created themselves, which probably need a decade or more to fix or to at least get back on the right path. So, yes, you've got to start, the longer you leave it, the worse it gets. Yes, and I've seen some people really bad with a lot of mitochondrial damage. Salted bacon for all the workers in the field. Gold standard for the last 500 plus years exactly. Very much so. Good for niacin. Niacin is good for protecting the skin from UV radiation. And pork is very high in niacin. It's also very high in thiamine, which is also a very important requirement for the mitochondria. So, yes, that is why those people could work very hard. Eating pork, yes, energize their mitochondria, provided what they needed. Yes. And it's a low deuterium fat as well from pork, lower than any other animal food, ruminant being. So, yes, fantastic on all fronts. Get that pork into you. Get that pig into you or something like that. The comedy didn't really work that well. Life should resolve around bacon, and for those Muslim, beef bacon. Okay. Oh yeah, there is beef bacon. Yeah, that's true. There is. That's true. Yes. Yeah. Look, I love bacon. Oh, I've got another set. I had a big set, and I've got another set in there. And I actually looked at it today because I was doing the pork, and I go, nah. I said bacon's going to take too long to cook it all. So I said, nah, I'll leave it for another day. So yeah, I'm looking forward to. I may have to cook up some tomorrow night. Yes, I at least have once a week bacon. Yeah, and quite a bit. I'm talking about 500 grams of this shit. So I really hog out. Occasionally, what I'll do is I'll cook up one day, and I'll put it in. I'll let it cool down, and once it's cooled and cold, pretty much, then I'll put it into the fridge. And then when I want to cook something quick, I just throw it in, warm it up really quick, and then basically have it. So I can sometimes I'll have it on a daily basis, but sometimes it's just not convenient. So depends. But I eat plenty of pork, so it doesn't really matter. But I do enjoy. I could basically eat bacon every day. God, I know. Love the stuff. I saw some vegan families with vegan children in the epitome of malnutrition 7 and is horrendous. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Yeah, I've seen some of the stuff that a few other websites have of how bad some of the vegan children are. I tell you honestly, I can't watch it. I find it difficult to watch. An adult, yeah, fine, you're an idiot. That's my sort of attitude. I look at an adult and say, you're a fucking idiot for malnourishing yourself. But when I see it doing to, I consider that child abuse, and it really makes me uncomfortable, really unsettles me quite a bit. So, yeah, it bothers me quite a bit. Yeah. Those parents are very lucky they're not in close proximity to me. Otherwise, my foul mouth would really resonate. So yes. Yep. We'll move on from this subject because it does annoy me. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Neurological disease, fat-soluble vitamins, very important. Taurine, very important, that are missing. Your brain development, taurine is so important in early age. I mean, mother's milk has some of the highest concentrations of taurine. It's not accidental. Oh, God, these people, how crazy can you be? Was wondering, liver spots, age spots. Yeah, that's usually some sort of liver dysfunction, similar skin reactions like, yep. That would be a long conversation to explain all the biochemical processes, but let me put it this way. You want to resolve it, you need to basically, I don't know what you're eating and what you're doing, but you may also have a genetic SNP like me, a couple of genetic SNPs, which means that you can't endogenously convert methionine to choline, and so you may need more choline in your diet, which is basically liver or eggs. The easiest way is to get it through eggs, eating more eggs, which basically means then you can export fat out of the liver. So, yeah, liver spots are usually indicators of fatty liver fat, and depending on how long it's been going for, you may also have some fibrotic tissue that's also being created, which also is going to create certain types of problems with storing retinol and other things working properly. So you may have to consider a bit of taurine as well. I don't know whether you're on blood pressure meds. I always give this warning. You got to basically go slow and also get tested. So you go 1 gram, then you go after a month to your doctor, get any adjusted meds, then next month 2, following month 3, and you may have to go all the way up to 5 for a certain period of time to deal with any fibrotic tissue. I don't know what test you've done, Nesray. So, and how long that condition has been. But yes, they sort of age spots do indicate liver dysfunctions as well. Yes, and there may be, it's not just because you change your diet, it can also be a question of issues with, genetics and stuff like that, and whether you can actually produce what you need to deal with it, even when you're on an ancestral diet. But you're limiting yourself to muscle meat only. Yep, pretty much. And that is exactly, period. It is definitely child abuse in my book as well. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. They don't like green veggies. And they don't like other shit as well. But if you throw a big steak in front of them, they'll rip it to pieces. Yes. Yeah, because probably their digestive system is fucked. That, little kids, their digestive system is quite sensitive. And the last thing you want to be putting is a whole lot of that highly damaging, gut-damaging fiber in the system. Ugh. Yes, rips those little intestines apart with those little hooks. Just put some of that shit under an electron microscope and see what it looks like. It's like from a horror show. And they call them green leafy vegetables healthy for you. I would call it a horror show on fiber. Anyway, had to make a bit of comedy out of this situation. Look, SAD diet is, in terms of inappropriate nutrition for a child, I'd agree, but I wouldn't go as far as calling it child abuse. No, because the child is still getting sufficient nutrition in terms of the meat that's in there, in terms of a number of other elements, eggs and dairy and stuff like that, to basically still thrive in a sense. It may not be optimal, that's a different thing, but I wouldn't call it child abuse. But I would definitely call veganism child abuse because it is deficient on a lot of fronts, not only for adults, but for children massively, and at a time when they are critically growing brains and other tissue that needs animal nutrients. At least a SAD diet, it doesn't deprive the child of basically, where I see a child being sort of maybe the parent is sort of causing health issues to the child by giving them too much refined crap, which they end up obese at young age and they are struggling, that could be considered child abuse, that sort of thing. But general sort of SAD diet, probably not. So it depends. So we need to be a bit careful how we word those sort of things, because generally when the child is given extreme refinement, Dave, then they'll have similar sort of issues, probably not as bad as the vegan children, but similar issues, but more of the other chronic side rather than malnourished, but malnourished in a different way in terms of micronutrients deficiencies, which creates obesity and a whole lot of other health issues, which are a problem in itself as well. So yes, you could call it in those sort of circumstances, but not in all circumstances. We've sort of got to have to be a bit careful not to overgeneralize. Yes, exactly. That's what they need. Lots of meat, eggs and dairy. Ah, yes. The food of the gods. I have not met a a carnivore yet that doesn't like bacon. There may be some people out there, possibly. All I would turn around and look at them and go, "Are you insane?" So I'd be making a statement similar to Ted, you know. What? What? God. God, you need to be spanked. God. A bacon hater. Horrifying in our midst. How can we tolerate this? Oh, it's what I eat if there's no other option. So she's yanking our chain. These Queensland girls, what can I say? Ah, yes, I love this stuff as well. I could swim in it, sort of lather myself. Anyway, away from fantasies. So you like pork, but you don't like bacon. Okay, that's weird. Okay, each to their own. Strange. Weird. Okay. You're weird. Say something, Dave, to save me. Yeah, I know. Exactly. It's so obvious. I mean, yeah, they are tuned with their dietary instincts. It's exactly it's just. I'll read it out. It is really interesting how so many young kids have an aversion to various vegetables. Perhaps they just more in tune with their dietary instincts. Exactly, they are. You know, a child knows that is shit. You know, you're not supposed to eat that shit. Not good for your stomach, not good for your gut, you know. But meat, yeah, they love it. Dairy, fucking hell, bring it on. Eggs, yep, they love it. And obviously fruit and all that, which used to be seasonal, so it wasn't an issue. They deuterium depleted in that. And that's basically also because our bodies genetically were designed to get seasonal fruit and sugar in order to combine it with fat and fatten up so we could survive the winter. So it was a genetically designed thing. Now it's just being exploited all year round with junk food, combining a lot of sugar and fat by the food industry. But even there, you know, that's a natural mechanism which is being hijacked by the food industry, and it was a seasonal mechanism, not an all year round mechanism, because the stuff wasn't available. Fruit just wasn't there, and a lot of the tubers and fruit, they all come towards the end of the season, as they call it. But the reality is, even basically, you know, potatoes and stuff like that, they don't wreck the gut. You know, this is why when in the past people that were physically active and depleting glycogen and had a bit of, 50% of their diet was or more was coming from animal products, and they had some, you know, spuds and stuff like that, it wasn't as problematic. It wasn't optimal, but it wasn't as problematic because they were burning off enough energy in terms of glycogen to be able to replete it without it basically engaging the Randall cycle. So that's how they got away with it, because of the physical activity. But so even that sort of stuff, a human can actually go, but all the other shit is just shit. And you know that it's shit. Even the vegans hate it. They try this sort of stuff and they go, ugh. They would rather go for the fake meats that taste and feel like animal foods than eat the slop, the vegan slop, because they know it's shit. But unfortunately, now they're actually, you know, engaging the Randall cycle. They're eating foods that are high in sugar and fat at the same time all year round. Like they're on a vegan version of the SAD diet, and they will get sicker at a faster rate. That's the downside. But yeah, general instincts when you look at food is basically to eat seasonal carbs to fatten up, and basically all year round to eat animal foods. And that's what we used to do, and that's what instinctively children loved. And then we got brainwashed to believe otherwise. But those instincts don't go away. That's one thing people forget. Ah, yes, nothing like it. Ah, sounds good. Yummy. Actually, I've got some pork belly in the fridge, but I haven't. It's in the deep fridge. I was going to do it last week, but I forgot, and then I go, better throw it in the deep fridge, and now I forgot it again. Thanks for reminding me. I'll have to do something this week. Yes. Yeah. And what's going to? Oh, yeah, just remembered. Yep. It's okay. I'm trying to remember all these other things. Oops. Work, please. Forgot to change the glasses as well. So, well, we got rid of that other annoying person. Hello, hello, hello. It's Roy World again. Yes. Sticking to the circadian, Mr. Circadian to you people out there. Have been seeing liver spots on older people. Yep. Yeah, serious issues before livers. Yep. Okay, so yeah, that's true. Yeah, look, I had some and they've sort of gone in a sense. So I used to have some. I've noticed even dads have sort of receded in recent times. He had some and they've receded. So it's, look, our diet clears things up. Even Ling said to me, your skin looks better, even better than a couple of months back. Your hair's shit, but anyway, but your skin looks better, your facial skin. I go, oh, thanks, Ling, for noticing. But can't do much about the hair. Probably need a haircut. It's getting too shabby. I sort of brush it down to try and keep it at bay, but I need to go and get a haircut. I'm just fucking neglectful about those sort of things. Probably because I'm on my own here. I don't have Mira bossing me around and say, go and get your hair cut. Okay, love. I'll go and do it. Yes. Probably not. If you can get rid of the fibrotic tissue, which is what taurine does, I usually get people to do a number of things. So I probably will do a video on this because it's not only taurine. There's alpha-lipoic acid. There's some other type of bile salt, which is a bile sort of supplement you can actually get that also helps with this problem. So there's a couple of things to heal the liver. So yeah, I'll see if I can get a chance next week. I actually left somebody a comment and gave them the information, but I probably should do a proper video for everyone to cover this point. It's just I've been so involved with the COVID stuff and this stuff and that stuff that sometimes you jump on a certain bandwagon and you go, oh, this is going to make this. It's the popular stuff that's around. Okay, yeah, I jump on that bandwagon a bit as well. I know. Oh God, got to try and get the subs up somehow. But yeah, and some of that information is important as well because it's current and people want to know about this sort of stuff. They've got a lot of questions, and so it's sort of very important. Is about that nasty jab thing. Yes, so Yeah. Also, yeah, it's the high insulin that they're pumping into their system. That's the problem with bodybuilders. That's the reason why they're dying younger as well. They're dying in their 30s and 40s. You know, what can you say? Just crazy stuff. And they don't understand. They haven't looked at the literature. Insulin will not increase muscle protein synthesis. It's basically, just making you fat. It's the activation, the level of activation that is required of insulin, mTOR and IGF-1 is regulated by the amount of leucine in the system. Now, artificially, you can actually try and force more in with anabolic steroids, and anabolic steroids can actually improve muscle protein, the actual hypertrophy of muscles in a very artificial way. They don't actually create proper structures. They tend to be larger, but they're not healthier, or the fibers are not well formed and structured and tight and strong. So it's not the healthiest way to do it. But with insulin, it doesn't really. All it does is add more body fat or add more water retention, which rises blood pressure and all these things. These people are just on and they have these over, too much. They end up with too much water, and some of them even inject water into their muscles and doing damage to their muscles. They're doing all sorts of. They're insane. Basically, the sport has gone from being what it was to an insane sort of bestiality show. It's crazy. And this is why people are dying and suffering all sorts of health issues. So they've lost the plot. I blame the community has really lost the plot completely. And they're killing people quite young. Unnecessary. It's just crazy. What can one say? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I'll sort that out. I'll try and remember to sort it out this week. I need to add the medical shit. So I've got the thing. I actually tried to see whether I could upload anything, but I can't. So I'll have to remove it completely and do it again from the beginning. So anybody's comments, forget it. They're lost because I've deleted it. So I have to put it back up. But I need to, that thing that I say in the beginning, just to not upset YouTube. They've already caused me other problems recently, so I don't need to basically be on the radar again and be targeted for elimination. We will exterminate you. The YouTube Dalek. So anybody that's watched Doctor Who knows what I'm talking about. Yes, the YouTube Dalek will exterminate me. And so I have to be very careful with putting these sort of things. And that's why even when I actually put the thing, I actually say to people, I use the talk about this is not medical advice and all that sort of stuff. So I have to put that on and edit it. I'll see if I can do it tomorrow. If I've got time tomorrow night, I may, try and get it out sometime. I'll promise about later in the week. So I have to download it first and then basically add the other component to it and then merge them together and make sure that they sound properly, the audio. That's where I fucked up in the past. So I need to make sure that the audio is normalized so you don't get this, different audio levels. That can be annoying as well. So yes, I will try and sort something out, Sidman. And, oh yes, g'day, Sarah. Morning to you as well. You must be further on the east coast of the Americas somewhere. Or you're in the UK and you got laid out of bed. Could be. Oh, Blinky, you're here, mate. You're here. Where have you been? Just thought I would pop in and say hello. That Harry's colour is hair, and I have studies to prove it. I still a bit of grey here. I missed a bit. I missed here and I missed here. God. It's only in the evening. Oh, let's forget about the window. And the sun in the mornings. This is Roy's hair. Get it right, Blinky. This is the Roy style. The other one's the Harry style. I know the one you like, mate. Ah, yes, Blinkers, as Sky calls him. Ah, Jay, good to see you here, mate. Try to. It's a struggle. I think sometimes they tolerate me. I have a strong sense of taste. Bacon was a weird aftertaste. Bacon, you mean? Or do you have some other strange animal up there that you're utilizing? Zombie. It's a zombie pig. Oh. Blinkers has done all the weekend chores for Sky yet. You got time to be here? Oh, nice one, Bert. He's the little pet. G'day, pet. I know Harry sees new comments. So many studies are confirming by his ignoring. Yes, I am ignoring. I neither confirm or deny, Mr. Blinkers. Too much food talk. Hey, isn't that late for you? It's 10 o'clock. Circadian rhythms. Nobody follows anything. Roy's gone. No more Roy. Hey, careful. I'll get the beast from the south out. He's Royal Ryan. Oh, thank you. If a person eats 10 to 20 eggs a day plus meat, is supplementation necessary? You add a bit of lard, you add a bit of, you're probably going to get. See, let me just give you a bit of a rundown in my own sort of life. Pre-COVID, that is. I would basically make sure that I sunbaked quite a bit through the summer. So my vitamin D levels were quite high. And then in winter, I would eat a lot of foods like more eggs. I'd cook everything in lard, especially free-ranged, basically foraging pigs as they're called. So you can actually get lard from foraging pigs, and they tend to be outdoors moving around, so they have higher levels of vitamin D because you actually get the stuff that has just been produced at the, like autumn. So the pig's been out in the summer. It's got really good vitamin D levels, and I usually buy more lard. I store it in the fridge, more lard from that period, because that's what you used to do at the end of the, towards before the winter and all that. You used to lard animals and store it away, much higher in vitamin D. So that's part of what I do. And then I used to go to the tropics for a month to replenish my stores. And so I was always running a very good, it was either between the high normal and the mid normal. But with COVID and all that sort of stuff and whatever, and the lockups and all that, not being able to get away to replenish food, sort of, and also because food will not give you sufficient in a COVID environment, I tried to keep my levels a bit higher. That's why I took 5,000 IUs. Initially, for a period of time, I took 10,000 IUs every day for about, in the COVID era, for about 3 months. And then I switched back down to 5,000. And, just to maintain good sort of levels. And the period that I upped my levels to 10,000 IUs, I also added a bit extra cod liver oil for the retinol to balance that out. And that's what I did. And then once you come down, I get enough retinol from the eggs and liver and other things that I eat. And dairy products are very good in terms of those fat-soluble vitamins. Also, dairy products have got, as well, vitamin D, like butter and stuff like that. So lard is one of the higher in terms of the, land animals when you're looking, because it just doesn't have hair. It's hairless. So that's pretty much one of the reasons behind it. And in that sort of period, I was fine. But now that with COVID, I wanted to run my vitamin D levels not in the mid-range, but in the higher normal. So that's the only reason I supplemented. It was more of in the early days in particular, when I didn't really know how dangerous this was, because we were all told it's going to be like the 1918 epidemic and it's going to wipe out large parts of the population. Obviously, that study was flawed, we know now, that came out of the UK. But it did basically, at the end of the, even though it was flawed at the time, you don't know. And you go, oh, shit, I better up my, and that's why. So I'm not really into a lot of supplements because they're high in deuterium, and I don't consider them optimal. But there are circumstances and cases, yes, you've got to take them. And that's the reason why I was supplementing. The other reason is that I wanted to, maintain that top thing, which was primarily, and I couldn't access going overseas. But do you normally, if you don't have these issues? Probably not. You can get enough from food and from the environment in that regard. So, but, circumstances have changed currently, unfortunately. And this year, for whatever reason, even though we use less energy and everything else, the days in the Southern Hemisphere weren't as sunny, which was bloody annoying. So, I probably didn't get to those higher levels in terms of my vitamin D status. I probably need to go to my doctor and find out next month and see where they're at what level they are, just to make sure that they're at a good level. So that's probably all I'm going to do. And that's what I usually say to people. If your levels are high, why supplement? If you have levels in the mid-range, in the COVID environment, I'd go for the high normal currently. Otherwise, most of the rest of the year around the normal, you'd probably do fine. So I don't think it's going to be a big problem for most people in that regard. Yep. Anyway, thank you, Fluffy Rainbow. Yes. It amuses some people, yes. H, any chance that you could stitch a medical advice warning to the taurine citrulline video and republish it, please? The taurine citrulline one. Which one was that? I need to remember, because I think I may have a few that I've basically withdrew for a number of reasons, and it's usually the medical advice one. I'll take a look. I can't remember now off the top of my head. Too many videos. Look, uh, taurine actually does act as a sort of an antioxidant as well. It's something that I don't always talk about it, but it does actually act as an important antioxidant. It can also reduce advanced glycation end products, so it has those sort of additional effects. And usually some of the damaging effects. The other thing is sugar, oxalates, and a few other things that I can't off the top of my head tend to deplete quite a bit of sulfur in the body. And it is a sulfur amino acid and very important for a lot of like detoxification and a lot of things in the body. So I would say it also, deals with fibrotic tissue, breaking down fibrotic tissue and clearing it out. Beta amyloid in the brain as one thing, but fibrosis in the lungs, which I had a lot of glassing. Like my whole left lung was largely glassed, really damaged severely. And I don't know whether it was from, pre-existing some of it or from the horrendous operation that I went with a cardiovascular 10 years ago, but I had glassing. At the end of the day, that's what I had. When I did scans, I was told, you've got a lot of glassing in your lung. And that probably explains why I couldn't actually run up the stairs at work. I was so, struggled, to walk upstairs and all that. But that was probably another element as well. And they told me, oh, that's just going to get worse. We don't have a solution for you. And I can tell you the taurine and alpha-lipoic acid, I did combine both. And it seemed to have reduced it quite a bit now to very little. So the last scan that I did, which was about 3 years ago in 2018, showed a marked reduction. So there's only a small amount of glassing in the left lung. I sort of feel better now, so maybe it's cleared completely. I don't know. I just got I saw my doctor, got a recent thing to go and do a scan and see what's happening with it. And I'm also waiting for another sort of cardiology thing to do, which I haven't done now. Well, the last one that was also about 2 years ago. And he said, wasn't that recent? And I said, because it was remember, I talked about it a while back. But I said to him, look, I'd like to know, just out of curiosity, anything else. I know my fitness has gone up. I can, when I go up the stairs really fast and all that, I get to the top. I can still talk. So where before I couldn't. So it must have improved even further, all that lungs, that. But I don't know where. I just want to find out more out of curiosity how it's going. I probably know to a large extent because it's improving in the last couple of years, so why wouldn't it continue? I'm not doing anything crazy or inappropriate in that regard, so I'd like to know. But yeah, taurine does have a lot of benefits in a lot of areas. It clears out, sort of heals a lot of tissue. So a lot of fibrotic tissue that is in the kidneys, lungs, heart, liver, brain, wherever. It does clear out a lot of that fibrotic tissue, helps, sort that out. So it is beneficial. It is useful. It does decline with age. So it's probably another, reason to eat red meat, which has a lot of taurine, or supplement a bit, especially when you're trying to biohack, like you're trying to fix. I mean, obviously, you can't eat enough meat to get enough taurine. If you're on a species-appropriate diet from a young child, it wouldn't be an issue because you would have got the physiological requirements that you needed all your life just to basically make sure that the little repairs happened and certain things were done, housekeeping, so to speak. But, we're quite damaged, all of us. I mean, I'm damaged. I had cardiovascular disease in my mid-40s, 10 years ago. So, and, lung nearly completely glassed, and all these other issues, fatty liver, name it, kidney problems, you name it, I had it, all sorts of issues. So I was a friggin' wreck and 20 kilos heavier. So, I had to fix a lot of things, so I'm a very different person from what I was then. So, and I was, I don't talk too much about it, and don't even look at the photos. I don't even go back looking at them because they're upsetting to me, because it brings back memories which I don't want to remember, in a sense, if that makes sense to you. Because, that's my past. It's history. I've moved on, sort of thing. It's sort of my attitude towards that. But that's me. Maybe at some point in the future, I'll feel more comfortable about it and probably laugh it off and go back and look at it. But at the moment, I don't feel that comfortable about it. It's still, it's one of those sore spots for me. It's a very difficult time in my life. Anyway, I don't want to go into it. So I would say, taurine would help these sort of people. It does actually improve blood sugar as well. So, but also, chromium as well. I do have a video on chromium as well. That improves like the cell uptake of sugar, but also improves. I did that for primarily how carnivores can improve their uptake of chromium for vitamin C, because it goes through the same receptor, the GLUT4 receptor. So that's why I did it, back then. But it has applicability to people who have these sort of issues as well. So check that out. If I remember correctly, protein for diabetes numero uno is incredibly important. Yep, definitely. Nothing wrong with protein, as long as you do not combine any sugar whatsoever, then you're fine. It's the sugar which is the problem. Glycates and pushes the insulin to glucagon ratio very, very high, and we don't want that because that's dangerous. As long as you're just eating animal foods, the insulin to glucagon ratio remains low. And that is exactly what we want. Depriving sugar and forcing glucagon up to increase gluconeogenesis. And as a consequence, it suppresses insulin to much more proper physiological levels, ancestral ones. If insulin doesn't work in regards to muscle protein synthesis, why do these people bulking and cutting? Because they're eating shitloads of calories and shitloads of basically leucine in there as well. So insulin is still part of it, insulin, IGF-1 and all that, but it's driven, the signaling is driven by leucine. It's not basically, if you put in there, for instance, fat, or you put in there sugar, and you don't put any proteins with leucine, or you put proteins in there with no leucine, you deprive them with leucine, you're not going to get muscle protein synthesis. You need leucine. So leucine independent of insulin will increase. I just haven't done the video, but I'll do it at some stage. I've got it's in one of my folders to be done. It's not a priority at the moment. You've been told, and you can wait for it. Be patient. There are plenty of other priorities at the moment. But yes, so nope. Now, obviously, these people take anabolic steroids, and that's another element to try and force more protein in artificially. And a lot of the insulin, all that does is sort of magnify the steroid effect. So that's how it's happening. It's sort of magnifying the steroid effect, but it's not directly the thing. High insulin, high insulin was the thing that actually increases muscle protein synthesis. What the sad dieters wouldn't be basically having sarcopenia and having osteoporosis. They would have very thick bones and very big muscles, the sad dieters, because they have super high insulin. Like the insulin to glucagon is like 70, and they still get some protein in there in the food, but It's not pushing higher muscle protein synthesis for them, is it? No. It's just making them more sick and making them more osteoporotic and more sarcopenic as they age. So if it was insulin alone, you would think that these sad dieters should be super athletes, but they're not. So leucine is required. So without leucine, it does not happen. So independent of insulin, leucine does the trick. So anyway, look at Harry trying to cope. I'm struggling, Blinky. I'm struggling. I need your help. Oh, I'm desperate for help. Please, Blinky, save me. Was that convincing enough? Probably not. Yes, that was my asshole moment. Anyway, the idea behind insulin is BS, exactly, is to force extra nutrients into the cells to increase hypertrophy. Yes, a lot of that sort of stuff. But if you've got insulin resistance, not going to work. So there is a rate limiting effect how quick you can get certain things in, or, enzymes that can do things and conversions and all that. So there are rate limiting. And as I say to these people, you show me the mechanism that this happens. They can't. But then they go, I've got this little beauty. And I go, what's that? Anabolic steroids. Ah, now you're talking. Then I know how you got it. Beyond the physiological limits. You exceeded the physiological limits because you had a bit of a cheat. Yes. So, yeah. I've heard that sort of stuff, and I've put those arguments and said to people, show me the evidence. And they run and hide. They can't show me. It's just all talk. And then I usually say, so where's the anabolic steroid injection? And then I get people looking at me funny, some frowning because they're pissed off, and some basically, the other thing is they blush, and I know, ooh, that person couldn't hide it. I missed a comment, Bert. You been missy. Yeah. Roy's not doing too bad tonight, is he, boys and girls? Actually, I wasn't doing too bad this morning either. I was sort of keeping up with you people, or some of the other crowd from North America. Yes. I still think it's the protein. And let me put it this way. Remember the rat? This happens to all mammals. These biological pathways are very ancient, how you build muscle and bone. They're not new. They weren't invented in humans. They're in all mammals. The rat, 70% protein. What happened to the rat? It wasn't out exercising like mad, but it was building bone and muscle like mad. It's the protein. Without protein and leucine, it's not going to happen. Think, people, think. Even that experiment showed quite clearly 70% protein diet. What happened to the rat? Big motherfucker, uber rat, was created with big bloody kidneys to deal with all this sort of stuff. Filtration. Healthy, big kidneys. Yes, it's the one that I talk about. Will protein harm your kidneys or something along those lines? And the uber rat comes to the rescue and says, no, I've got big kidneys and big, the other stuff, which we won't mention. It could excite the women. And yes, exactly. Very, very good in all respects, that rat. Yes, it does, Ness. It does. I'm just looking at the comments here. There's also a mechanism for alpha cells. Ah, yes. That great amount of glucagon cells to morph into beta cells in the pancreas. Interesting stuff to read about. Yes, there are certain conditions and certain adaptations and stuff that can happen. There's also certain medications I've heard that can be used in that direction. I don't know whether they are a good idea in that regard. There are a lot of adaptations when it comes to, look, I've even heard it when it comes to beta cells, when people have very low, like insulin production, because the beta cells are basically just being annihilated, damaged. And if they're young aged, a child, and they're on a species appropriate diet with no sugar at all and all that, it seems a lot of these kids, their beta cell production actually recovers, and they don't end up with diabetes 1. So that's another interesting little thing, segue there. So, yes. So interesting, all this sort of stuff. It just shows the superiority of a species appropriate diet, basically. That's really what it is. Harry, is taurine and citrulline supplementation still beneficial to 75-year-old if they eat SAD but with no processed foods? Yes. Taurine declines rapidly after 65. So if you're not eating enough meat, you will have issues. So there are fish that are good sources of, like tuna, good source of taurine, but there are also red meats, which are very important. Now, if you're not getting enough, if you're on a SAD diet, even though it's not a processed one, it's still, mixed macros, you're still having some tubers and stuff like that or whatever. That's what I meant. I guess rice and other things like that, I guess you mean, Jay. I would say yes, because it will help with some of the normalization. You could also supplement and throw in there as well, chromium. I do have that. Just check that. I know it's for vitamin C, but it affects the same receptor. It will improve the uptake of sugar, and it will improve that sort of side as well. So check it out in that regard. Then there's obviously the taurine is really important, because a lot of the things that people do, the certain foods that they inappropriately do, they do burn through more sulfur, and sulfur is really important for a lot of biological, plus also for detoxing. Cytochrome P450 requires sulfur, so then you've also got, the sulfonation sufficient for the, pericellular matrix of, not only endothelial cells, but everything else floating in it. Very important. So things are less sticky, and also can reduce some of the advanced glycation end products that can potentially come from this diet in the diet. So remember, again, the taurine side and the citrulline side, there is the issue of blood pressure. They both lower blood pressure. So if that person is on medication, you need to go slow, very slow, and you potentially could get them off the medication completely. But you need to work with the doctor and slowly bring it down and test the person every month. So you would go to smaller, because citrulline is a vasodilator as well. So what it does is it increases nitric oxide. So actually will convert to arginine, and then the arginine will convert to nitric oxide. And because it's not going in as arginine directly from the food, the liver won't overuse it or take it up. So that's why using citrulline, we're bypassing the liver, so we're getting more of an NO boost, in a sense. So, for enos production, obviously it's good for vasodilation, and it means for unstiffening your blood vessels. it's also it's also a natural Viagra for those who are interested. Citrulline. I know. I think Flappers Flappers use it as a natural Viagra. I do as well. You've got to use something. Anyway, let's move on. I said too much. And yes, so I mean, he may be a horny old goat. I don't know. Never know. I hope I'm like that when I get to that age as well. And yes, anyway, move on. Yeah, so yeah, I would, but the blood pressure thing needs to be addressed. It is the most important thing when it comes to both these because they both reduce blood pressure. So very important. And we don't want this elderly gentleman, I suspect he's your dad, passing out or having any complications and problems like that. So yes, go slow because both are important. Anyway, we will move on before I say too much. Robert, g'day mate, good to see you. Hi all. A bit late on the salt discussion, but I think the Maasai don't eat any salt. Yes, they don't, but they do consume, remember, blood, and they get the sodium from the blood. Not requiring much salt lately myself. Curious about your thoughts on this. I think that that salt is important for a lot of biological processes. Is very important. So my view is that there is very few people that have got genetics that don't require as much and have a strong salt retention, but it's a very small minority of people, and they usually know it in that regard. Because when they actually take salt, their blood pressure spikes like mad. So that is a giveaway, and very few people does that happen. So most people probably need more salt. And when you look at the longevity stakes, most populations that live longest consume at least, 5 grams of sodium. So that's a sweet spot for longevity. So as far as and all-cause mortality. So basically, I don't think so. And the Maasai also consume quite a bit of salt, but not in the form of salt from the environment. They actually consume it in terms of blood because there's a lot of sodium in blood. And that's how they get it, pretty much. So, and they consume quite a bit of blood, as Mary said, literally close to a 1-to-1. So that gives you a lot of sodium. That's why they don't need to eat salt. Some of the other tribes, they get it in the diet quite a bit. So why would you eat? It's like basically getting sufficient potassium. If they weren't actually getting salt at all, let's say they weren't using blood, with the amount of potassium that they're consuming from the milk, they would have major electrolyte issues. So that's not the case because they're getting more than enough. So yes, you've got to consider all the other components in the diet. Sometimes we view it through the lens of our eyes, Robert. See, we say, "Oh, I've got a salt shaker here," because we don't consume. I mean, let's say some of our ancestors did consume blood sausage and stuff like that, but none of us do. So we just have the salt shaker as our source. But they've basically got the blood of animals, and so that's where they get it. So they don't need as much salt. Or in the case of the Maasai, they don't need any because they get more than enough sodium from the actual animal because, basically your blood is very saline. It's, your blood's basically, or the blood of any animal is basically very high in sodium. It's very high concentrations. I mean, you look at, when you go to a hospital, what do they put? They put a saline solution to you. They don't put a water solution to you. They put a saline solution. They know what works. Our cells, or all cells of all animals, emerged in the ocean. Basically, the two critical electrolytes for the blood are basically sodium and calcium. they are high concentrations in seawater. That's why. So I usually say to people, I'm going to do what my cells were evolved to utilize, and I'm not going to listen to crackpots. So, you can upregulate your antidiuretic hormones and try to retain all of it, but you end up overtaxing your kidneys. You're using more ATP. You can use up to 70% of your ATP just to basically recycle and recover sodium and uric acid. That's what the kidneys do. If you don't want your kidneys to overwork, you basically give them more salt and they'll dump it and they won't overwork, and your kidneys will be healthier for a long period of time in the future. Also, you won't actually increase renin-angiotensin, which is basically a stress hormone that raises, things like cortisol. The quickest way to actually suppress cortisol is basically salt. Sodium suppresses cortisol. So, yeah, I just don't get it. Why people have this, warped idea. The Intersalt study showed it quite clearly. Even we're talking about people on a SAD diet with high insulin, okay? Even those people that were on a SAD diet, which is the general population, when they gave them more salt, that 5 gram, whatever, they didn't see any problems. And in the higher levels, they saw a small increase in all-cause mortality. And I think where that's coming from is these people have high insulin, and that extra salt is probably causing those people. But somebody on a low carbohydrate diet that's got lower insulin is not going to retain water or salt to the same degree that insulin does. And as a consequence, you dump more. So you need more. Otherwise, you are stressing yourself to try and hold on to it. And that's where, some people say, I checked my hormones and I noticed cortisol's high. And I'm going, are you getting enough salt on your low-carb diet? So, yeah. Yes. Those, what they used to call them? They used to say, what do they used to say? The British used to call them bloodthirsty, the Messiah, because they consume blood. Strange. Even though in Europe even in Britain, we've had like blood sausage and stuff like that. And I'm going, the pot calling the kettle, anyway, it was a different era. Let's put it that way. Yes. It's something that I want to do a bit of video on, so to cover and do it properly. So look forward to it. It's a great gauge to where you have come, though, Harry, looking on the past of that drama you had. Yes, Blinky's being cynical. Maybe it's his way of complimenting me. Thank you, Blinky, if that's the case. Blinkers? Blinky poo? Thanks, Mr. Hitch. Appreciate it. Yep. Yes. Oh, orange. Oh, Loki. I'll have to send you another link, Loki. Yeah, I know the 6. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Me making some. Yes, that incident. Yes, I haven't deleted it yet. Yeah, accidentally. I've Restream crashed, and when Restream crashes, it's not like StreamYard. You lose the whole thing. It just cancelled the whole thing, and I'm going, oh God, yeah. So I will send you now A link, mate, on its way. Give me a sec. God, I better drink this. It's getting to 9 o'clock. It's too late. I'm doing a Richard late eating or drinking in my case. It's on its way, mate. It's on its way. What's Blinky got for me? Oh, the Discord. You sent a link for the Discord. That's fine. That's okay. Yes, we definitely want to support Bart's Discord. Or is it Bart's or is it Sky's? Which one are you sending? I've got no idea. Is this Blinker's Discord? Is this a private one? Do you reveal who you are? Do you show us Bowerbird's corpse? What happened to that? What did you do? Did you eat him? Poor bird. Ah, yes, they definitely do. Yeah, that's basically all it was. Oh, Alex. It was 6 seconds of Harry entertainment. Ah, yes, the Uber rat. God, I'm still behind. See, Blinky, when you turn up, I fall behind. I'm blaming you. It's Blinker's fault, guys. You know. Yep. Good idea to start, especially older people that may have blood pressure things and all that. And you're trying a couple of things. Yeah, probably good to start at 0.5 gram. And yes. See you, Richard. Thanks, mate, for being here. I'll have to get you back on at some stage when you're not dealing with your friends and people turning up and stuff like that, and we'll have a proper sort of chat. Oops. I've sent you a link, Lukey, so just in case you're interested in coming on. It's not compulsory. It's up to you. Any thoughts on how long humans could live with an optimal diet environment before the body breaks down? Is it possible to hit 200? Probably not. With our biohacks, it's hard to know. The experiment has never been done. I'm trying things with Dad, and I can see certain results, and I'm playing around with things with myself. I ultimately have come to the conclusion that the most important thing ultimately is to combine, to be very careful initially, to go with Seasonality. Try and remove, the younger you go, the better. Try and remove as much of the damaged cells and all that. And using those small periods where you kill and then you rebuild. And I think that when you're using the Seasonality, it's probably not a good idea to use stem cell type activators. Use them after. And the reason for that is because you're going to free up a lot of material, and you want to provide that material to sort of enhance the sort of new cell production, stuff like that. So, but I would initially, if I've got a lot of damage, I'd probably go for a year without stem cells, just to make sure that I've taken out all the really deranged senescent cells, the really deranged any cancer cells that may be just on the tit of taking off, because they all, from senescent cells, they do go a bit cancerous, and then the immune system takes them out if the immune system's strong enough. That's another reason for vitamin D. That is why vitamin D is well associated as an anti-cancer. It's because it maintains a strong immune system, so it can actually clear out this stuff. But once cancer gets going, it's a bit more harder, obviously. It overwhelms the system, so to speak. But and then you go for the protocol, the anti-cancer protocol. Somebody actually mentioned some person that actually had talked about a similar. I can't remember the person's name. I'm still waiting on, a link to that person. I do want to check out what they've actually talked about. Compare and contrast, see what other research they may have seen or may not have seen in that regard. Always interests me. But I've always said, because look, the longest, some of the people that have lived up to 120 odd, now even that French lady, she smoked to 115, one thing. So that's not good for the endothelial system. But she had, those pretty good genes as well for detoxifying. I've got some of the longevity genes for detoxifying, but obviously it can only do so much. If you assault it with a lot of seed oils and other things, and alcohol and other things, you're not going to get very far, even if you've got good genes. So genes are 20%, and 80% is the diet, environment, and everything else. So to try and get to those sort of ages, you really have to optimize what you're doing. I think the foundation is a good diet, and I think low deuterium is really important. Now you know why I prioritize pork over beef. It's low deuterium. I know there are people out there that are, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit. I look at Okinawans, pork consuming. Remember what Mary said about those pastoralists in the mountains? A lot of lard, a lot of pig in the diet. I know, because I've lived it, from my own in the 70s as a youngster. Shitloads of pork I consumed, because that was around all the time. All the souvlaki, on the skewered, as we call it, souvlaki. That was all basically pork. I loved it. Rosemary they used to put on, and they used to cook it and then basically they had like a lemon rosemary type thing, and they used to put the stuff in, and then they'd stick a bit of bread on, but I used to throw away the bread because I didn't like it with the bread. I just used to eat the meat as it is. Not that I didn't consume a bit of bread then, sort of the sourdough stuff, but I just didn't like it with, it detracted from I wanted to really enjoy the taste. That was one good thing that I did without realising it. But I think low deuterium foods are very important. If you want to live long life, you need to basically get out in the sun. You need to heal. You need to deuterium deplete. You need to eat food that is low in deuterium and avoid sugar like the plague. There's a lot of these things. Senolytics, very important from as early as you can. Stem cell type things to replace old tissue with absolute brand new cells is, a lot of this sort of stuff can enhance that sort of stuff. This is outside the normal physiological, your genes or whatever else. How much you can actually achieve this? Now with stem cells, products and all that, they do exist, as Cerule and other things like that, but they're expensive, so what other things can you do where you can take some of this stuff, but not having to take shitloads of it because you can't afford it. There are things like exercise increases stem cells, fasting increases stem cells, time-restricted feeding, but you don't want to do it chronically because, again, you need to build tissue. You don't want to lose a lot of tissue. So there's those sort of aspects. Then there's other aspects like, what was I going to say? I got a message. I can hear the message. That's Mira. Anyway, so she distracted me, the woman. And so it's time-restricted feeding as well. Niacin also helps with improving both the redox potential, the mitochondrial function, energy. You don't want to overdo it with niacin because it does have can have issues and side effects too much. So you want to stay below 300 milligrams total, diet and everything. I usually stick to 250 and below. In terms between 200 and 250, I usually try and between diet and supplements on average in a week is the safe zone where I stay. Because at the same time it does, in higher doses, it does suppress CD38, which is a protective mechanism. And I think some of these idiots out there that are pumping these analog NAD analogs to very high levels are probably causing themselves more grief in the long run, potentially putting themselves at risk for cancer if they've got a lot of senescence. That's why I prioritize dealing with senescence. And then, because usually once you get rid of all the actual senescent cells, your CD38 will come down because the senescent cells are the things that are producing it. So as it comes down, you degrade less NAD, which means your energy goes up. That's why as your cells age, you lose energy. It's also a protective mechanism against cancer, but at the same time, you basically start losing energy. And the capacity then to heal is reduced, and the degradation and the decline actually happens much faster. So what else does damage your mitochondria? Obviously, deuterium does a lot of damage. And once you've done a lot of damage to deuterium, I think it's number one, deuterium, because once the damage of the mitochondria, that means they can't repair themselves efficiently, which means then the cell becomes more senescent more rapidly, and then upregulates, CD38, which degrades NAD, and so compounds the problem and actually accelerates the aging process even further. So ultimately, mitochondrial health is really important. And I think foundation to that is good sleep, melatonin, and also because it does help repair the mitochondria, melatonin. A diet that actually causes, stem cell activation, also autophagy, clearing out the junk and stuff like that. So all that sort of things and behaviors and stuff like that in combination should improve longevity. Plus, you need to get away from a very toxic environment. And I mean both a human type toxic, that means people that stress you, people that basically antagonize you, people that basically, are doing you more harm than good. They will basically age you faster. So if they're a loved one and you love them, then basically sit them down and have a chat. Have an honest conversation with them and tell them, this is what we're doing to each other. We need to snap out of it. G'day, Lukey. So there's a lot of elements in it. At some stage, I'm looking at doing some sort of longevity type thing to go into the intricacies of how to biohack some of this sort of stuff and provide you with some of my experience and some of Dad's experience in that regard. So that is for future videos. But will it be possible one day to get to 150 or 200? Maybe. There's a lot of question marks on the stuff, the assumptions that David Sinclair and others are making, because they're not taking into consideration some of the counter-regulatory mechanisms that are making it harder. That means the senescent rise, the CD38, all these things, which they're trying to counteract with these NAD analogs. but they think that that is only where potentially they're putting themselves potential risk in the long run for cancer. So, and that will kill you a hell of a lot faster, and you will not get to 150 or 200. So we've got to be very careful. These sort of silver bullets or single thing is not going to do it. I think ultimately when you look at the camels, they're depleting deuterium machines, and they really live long, and they have long, good, healthy lifespan, and they don't even show their age. That's why the Arabs usually say, don't take a camel if you're going on your own into the desert. Take a horse, because at least then you know when it's too old you can replace it. Camel is very hard to determine its age. That's a problem, because it could just drop dead beneath you and you're dead in the desert alone without any other person to support you there. So that tells you something, that these animals are consuming a deuterium depleted diet, like cactus and things like that, which is very low in deuterium. I think it's sub 100 cactus, the water from cactus, so it's very low, the fractionation. So it's I do not understand the cactus plant, so I'm not going to claim that I do. I know that the photosynthetic effects on the cactus plants seem to basically change the hydrogen bonds in such a way where deterioration happens much faster. But I've got no idea. You'd have to actually speak to somebody who's an agri-science, or, a plant scientist that understands these things. An agronomist, as they call them, or whatever. But I really don't understand enough about the cactus. But this species of camel does consume that for water, and also basically has a lot of fat in its basically hump. That's fat, actually. It's not water, it's fat. It's actually how it produces metabolic water. So that's how it hydrates itself. That's why it maintains into old age very healthy mitochondria. So the mitochondria are very healthy, so it can do all the repairs and maintain itself. What kills it in the end is cell division. Once its genetics have got to a certain level of cell division, it stops. No more cell division, it drops dead. But until that point of cell division and massive organ failure and then it dropping dead, until that point, its mitochondrial density is maintained pretty well because it hasn't destroyed its electron chains. It hasn't destroyed ADP synthase capacity. And that is what's able to remain youthful generally and decline very slow into old age. And then no more cell division. When its time is up, it's up. It drops dead, as the Arab saying says. So, and that's the important. And so for me, what I get from that's where the interest I get is, now you know why I prioritize things like lard, very low in deuterium compared to all other fats. Why I prioritize pork, lowest deuterium, So all these things I'm prioritizing for longevity. It's not accidental that I do that, So there are reasons why I do that. Yes. Then on the other side, we have to look at, clearing our senescent cells. And then the other part is basically how to optimize improving, stem cell production. I think Cerule does help in a sense, but it's not a magic bullet. I think you have to combine things like exercise, fasting, but not chronic, but some fasting, good levels of niacin, which from pork is a very good source, pork, let's not forget. But I'm also interested in looking at other compounds. So I'm still researching some compounds and trying to understand. The problem is there's a lot of talk about compounds that help with stem cells, But when you look, there's not really convincing literature yet. So I'm still on the look to see things that actually do work and have actually shown good experimental proof for that. Unfortunately, there is a lot of things that I've still got too many question marks, and it's the reason why I don't mention them yet. I want to be, if I'm going to basically recommend anything to you, it's something that I'm prepared to do, and I know it works. I'm not going to waste your time or my time because we don't have enough time. So why would I waste it in that regard? So yes. Anyway, Lukey, any opinions, you young whippersnipper, in regards to this?
Well, it's something like life extension has been something I've been looking like everywhere about for quite a while now, but only recently have I been focusing on like the diet, nutrition, and health side because I used to join those futurist communities and people would talk about nanomachines and things like that. But I think we have a lot more that we can optimize like naturally before going with stuff like that.
Look, technologically, as much as I do because you're in that sort of tech space and you understand it as well. In terms of lithographic, we're way far away from the ability to create such miniature nanomachines. It's not going to happen anytime soon. So I'm probably going to die before that happens. It will happen, I believe, but the problem is we have to go beyond the current lithographic technology. It just can't get any. Yeah, it probably can go a few, probably sub 1 nanometer, but it can't go any further. It's getting to the absolute, end of that capacity to go even. And we know there are things in our environment that are much smaller, but we just can't create them. We don't have the technology to create something equivalent in that regard at this point. And most people don't even realize. Most people think that this cutting edge technology and lithographic technology is in the US. It's not, guys. It's Taiwanese companies. It's actually Taiwanese companies. That's the other worrying thing for the US currently because of the Chinese behavior. But that's another thing about politics. But the thing is, there's I forget the Taiwanese company. Currently, Intel can't compete with them. I mean, Intel is about at 5, nanometers, just getting into it at this point. And these guys are producing 3 nanometers, and they're about to launch 1 nanometer. Yeah, they're kicking ass. These foundries, these basically chip foundries in Taiwan, are just. They're actually producing a lot of the actual stuff for the chips for a lot of the big, like Apple and organizations like that, because they can actually get a better price, and they actually can get far more chips. Transistors on the chip. So that's the difference. So my original field was IT before I got into mapping. So I still, I'm a bit of you could say I dwell in that area quite a bit, and I do read all the science in computer science, what's happening and stuff like that. So it really interests me, the high tech stuff in particular, has from a young age. So yes, it has intrigued me, robotics and all that sort of stuff. But the thing is, I know where the capabilities are, and I'm not holding my breath in that regard on nanomachines saving me. So I need to do other things, which are the more practical stuff. So at this stage, we have no other option but trying to minimize how much damage we do to ourselves. As Ron Rosdale used to say, it's a fight between repair and damage, and in the end, damage wins. So I'm just trying to hold off damage as much as possible. that went for a while, but it is a very interesting subject of mine. T1 has been missing for a lot these days. You missed Harry exposing himself. You know what he's going to do now? He's going to go through every single fucking one of the videos. So that's a good actual thing, Dom, and try and actually find the image. That little sick puppy, because he'd like to get it and put it on Sky's special, special private session. He's a sick puppy, believe me. Now you got him searching all my videos. He'll go like a jackrabbit. Ah, yes. Gotta do it now and then to impress. Don't know whether it works, Bert, or not. So the first thing I read after looking up citrulline is that it's high in watermelon, from where it gets its name. It's actually the white part, not the sugary part. It's actually the rind. That's where it comes from. That really fibrous white rind. That's where basically the citrulline comes from. So, yes. We seek iron in spinach and taurine in peas. Yes, we do, don't we? Yes. But as I've always said, plants are medicinal and animal foods are nutrition. So I'm not hostile against plants, but I don't see them as food, and they should be used sparingly. And in this regard, as a refined product to basically increase arginine in the bloodstream, and with it, nitric oxide synthesis and vasodilation. And a hard on if you do it 30 minutes prior to having fun. So it's the next natural best thing without any side effect for the gents. And I'm not the only one confirming it, but there's quite a few others that have tried it and know and confirm it as well. Have mentioned it. So, ladies, get your husbands on citrulline. Make sure he takes some half an hour before. Anyway, let's move on. You can get swimwear, and that lets the sun through. Sounds interesting. Ah, yes. It's quite revealing, that stuff. I've actually seen it. Spinach going to set off, Harry. Oh, yes. Oxalate toxicity. But oxalate toxicity. Love those days of painful kidney stones. Oh, wonderful. Miss them so much. Yeah. Well, it probably does to you. But that's the sort of person you are, Blinky. You like it like that, don't you? Yeah, son. We know. You love it. See? He's excited. Oh, Bert. Arjuna said close to 150 because all creatures can live to a maximum 7 the times needed to reach maturity, 21. But that was his hypothesis. He may have not been too... there was actually... He had heard that from... There was actually a scientist a number of years earlier than Arjuna who said something along those lines. I can't remember his name, but that's where he would have heard it. It wasn't his original hypothesis, let's put it that way. But it doesn't matter. He probably popularized it amongst certain people. But, yeah, look, it's possible. Hard to say. Okay, I finished that. Just get it all out of the mouth and down the throat. God. Don't talk when you drink. Oh, God. Never learn. Don't encourage him, Bert. Giving him ideas. He's a lost soul already. We don't want him to lose it even more. Oop. God, poor. Even Bart's getting a dishing now. What is this? Is this Bart's thing you're trying to put up there?
No. He tried to link something, but it didn't work. But I linked it later. At least I think that's what he wanted to link.
You're bloody useless, aren't you? Fucking hell. Okay, so let me just find the other one. Am I going to get a laugh out of this? What just happened? Don't die on me, please. No idea why it doesn't work. It's an MP4.
Yes.
Okay, he's got a video.
It's the shortest string ever.
It's perfect. What are you saying, Blinky? Let's put this on. Let's have a bit of fun. Now, that's right. That share screen. Need to remember how to use this when I'm not on StreamYard. Oh. And there's Harry. This is not me. This character has no style. I told you he's got no style. None of you believe me. God, I don't know why I'm not popular. Like, why Harry's more popular than me. Just, I don't get you guys. Nice one, Blinky. I knew you'd capture it for posterity.
Exactly.
Came across an article saying salt above 6 grams a day will hurt you. Yeah, they say that. Even though we consume 10 times the salt in the past that we consume today and people were healthier. I've heard that as well. I meant to research this, but since you're talking about salt, would you fear a peaking or an excess dose once at all? I don't. I'll just consume as much salt as my body tells me that it wants. So I don't worry about salt. If you have extra salt, basically your kidneys will just release it. The only problem when it becomes is when you're insulin resistant. That's when you can derange both uric acid and salt homeostasis. And that's when you get issues, both with uric acid and with salt. But generally speaking, the salt part only affects people very little, So even you'll just get, your systolic will probably go 1. Let's say it was 120, it'll go to 121, maybe 122, which is absolutely bugger all. So that's what the Interstalt study showed. So it has nothing to do with it. It's insulin that causes water retention. The higher the insulin or the insulin to glucagon, the higher the blood pressure. It's water retention. It's fluid dynamics, not salt. Actually, salt reduces water logging. So too little salt will actually raise blood pressure. Because what does salt does? It attracts water. It reduces the volume of water, so it reduces the blood pressure. It's insulin that's actually retaining more salt, more water, more everything inside and causing some derangements. So it's the reason why this was even understood back in the 1930s. This is not new science. I don't know why people don't understand it. This goes way back. 1930s, Walter Kempner put people on a high carbohydrate diet, very low, 4% protein, 2% fat, and bugger all. He basically eliminated all electrolytes. And I'm not talking about salt. No potassium, no magnesium, no salt. Zero. Why? Because the high insulin of the diet retained all those things. And so he only, because even though the person obviously, but the only thing was iron, because it's so critical, and you can't get it on a vegan style diet. But without knowing, he actually disengaged the Randall cycle, like the vegans do. Brought insulin down, increased glucagon, which basically meant that they were running a much lower insulin to glucagon ratio. As a consequence, they were more catabolic. And the way he kept them without basically catabolizing their muscles and stuff like that, so they would stay in a sort of protein sparing, he increased the amount of sugar they consumed to get enough to provide the energy. Raw sugar, we're talking about raw sugar, we're talking about soft drinks and all that. As long as you're not actually having fat in there, you're not engaging the Randall cycle. You're providing all that energy. But long term, because it's diet deficient, you'll get a lot of basically deficiencies and breakdown, and your body will fall apart if you do it. That's the vegan diet. But short term, like a year, you will correct a lot of things because you'll get rid of a lot of growth factors out of the system. And so a lot of tissue will clear up from a lot of fibrosis and growth that actually created all that fibrotic tissue in a high insulin state. That's what a low-fat diet does, and that's what a low-carbohydrate diet does. The difference is one is healthy and the other one isn't long-term. That's the difference. And one actually will do more mitochondrial damage because the high deuterium, and the other won't. That's another thing he wasn't aware of back then. But he used to he'd come out with a stick and beat the people on the diet to make sure that they were eating enough sugar so they wouldn't waste away their muscles, because that's how bad the diet can be. And we know from the vegans that don't eat enough. And it's also the reason why Julian Ryder used to scream at them, "You're not eating enough sugar." And that's why he used to stuff his face, and still stuffs his face with sugar to try and prevent. And even then, he still wastes away. And he has to use anabolic steroids to stop it from happening. So, yeah, that's the BS of that part. And the salt thing as well, all these things, because a lot of these vegetarians, vegans do the same thing. Oh, you don't need salt. Obviously, because you're fucking on a fruitarian or vegan diet and you've got such high insulin, your water, your retention of sodium is very high. So, you can recycle it much easier. You can maintain it, so you don't really need to take much in the diet. But if you take more, all the body will do is dump it, especially in a low carbohydrate state. Or even on a mixed diet, it will dump any excess. You won't get much elevation. But at the time, Walter didn't know that, and he wasn't going to take risks. So that's why he went the low, that reducing, because of the high insulin, he got rid of all electrolytes out of the diet. So these people were both retaining both potassium, magnesium, and sodium by having very high insulin and retaining a lot of this sort of stuff. And in order to prevent them from getting high blood pressure, he took out all the fat, so he wouldn't actually engage the Randall cycle. So the insulin wasn't as high, in a sense. that would be naturally if you're on a like mixed macro. I've said this multiple times, if you're fasting, your insulin to glucagon will be 0.8, the ratio. If you're basically eating a steak, it's 1.3, just enough to basically provide muscle protein synthesis and gluconeogenesis. And if you're eating basically something like a potato diet, which is like a high carbohydrate diet, you'll be at 4. But if you're eating a mixed macro, like McDonald's type thing, you could be potentially all the way, depending on how much you indulge in this shit, all the way up to 70. That's the difference. That's why we say it's the Randall cycle, fools. It's the Randall cycle, me and Bart say, because that is what causes the blockade at the cell level and magnifies the insulin resistance. And that's what a lot of these other cockmombles don't understand. So, it's calories, it's this or that. And they use all these fucking studies. No, it's not fucking that. All you're doing is lowering your metabolic rate and you're basically losing some weight initially, but it doesn't help you in the long run. You yo-yo diet. We've seen all this garbage before. It's fucking hormones. It always has been. If it wasn't hormones, as I said to my friend today as we were walking back, and I said to her, I posed a question. She didn't know. She didn't answer. And I said, what do you think if I gave a person who had no insulin 10,000 sort of calories, would they put any weight on? She said, I don't know, maybe. And I said, no, without insulin, you can't store because hormone sensitive lipase is activated. It can't be suppressed. Only insulin suppresses it. So you'll be producing shitloads of, free fatty acid and ketones, plus a whole lot of sugar will be going in there as well because you don't have insulin to put it away. So that is what is called ketoacidosis, high sugar, high ketones and fats at the same time in the bloodstream. That's ketoacidosis basically. And too high glucagon, uncontrolled and tempered down by basically insulin. And the thing is, the more calories you put in when you don't have insulin, you actually raise the metabolic rate. But also it means by raising the metabolic rate, you're actually tearing down your own tissue much faster. So this is the crazy thing, So you can actually eat more and more calories and tear down more tissue and even lose more tissue. Eat less calories and you're not losing tissue as fast.
Wow.
The complete opposite because of insulin again. And this is the whole thing. People just do not understand the hormones, how they work, and that's the important thing. So it is basically, and what does the hormonal system tie back into? The Randall cycle. So once you put the insulin back, the thing that regulates it, whether it's, the relationship between itself and glucagon, is the Randall cycle, what is happening at the cell level. That's the important part. And that's why, Ted Naiman's and all these people of the world just don't get it. They don't get this relationship between Randall cycle and hormones and how they interplay. So, and this is why when you go on basically a vegan diet, which is like a fruitarian or whatever, or you go on a low carb diet, you are activating similar pathways. Even AMPK, or even uncoupling of mitochondria happens. All these things that happen they don't happen in the mixed diet, but they do happen in both these extremes for similar type of reasons. But the requirements sort of slightly change because the energy flux and also the energy component, the way it works is slightly different. And so that's why, you get different slightly effects, but generally speaking, a lot of the similar pathways do activate at the same time. So, and there's research. As I said, I haven't done the video. It's in a folder. You're getting yeah. So I've looked at this stuff. It's not fucking rocket science. I've looked at this stuff. I know the mechanisms, how they work. It's just basically I haven't got into it haven't at the time, basically. That's all it is, to see the least. Anyway, said too much. So with stem cells, they constantly renew. We can use them quicker and they can form, or do we run out of them eventually at end of cell division, or once the end of the day, you'll be producing stem cells. And at some point, you'll have too much senescence in a number of your organs. And as one organ fails, it will precipitate more damage to other organs and they'll fail in succession. And that's why, in the end, you usually die from multiple organ failure. And that's what basically the end of life is. It's rapid decline, and then you're dead. So, because quite a lot of the cells can no longer cell divide. And at that point, you've got massive senescence, and it overwhelms the system, and different tissues start dysfunctional and dying off. So reducing senescence means your organs will have enough viable cells to continue functioning. And on the other side of the coin, which is also important, doing things that are healthy to maintain those cells in a healthy state so they don't damage and become senescent fast enough, which is deuterium, the component of breaking down, damaging your mitochondria. Keeping your mitochondria healthy, then that will help basically maintain, keep off the sort of, and then with fisetin, things like that, you can actually eliminate the damaged senescent cells. Some of the other strategies that can help that I've talked about, fasting, niacin, exercise, cereal, those sort of things that can help with stem cell activation, they all help in that regard. So how much? A lot of this, there's a lot of variables, individuality between people. Anybody tells you that it's otherwise, yeah, probably talking shit in that regard. So yes, those are the things that are hard to determine exactly in that regard. Stem cells, we have clues and glues. And then further down, yes, equals bone marrow, yes, very much. Good point. And certain analogues that can help as well. Animal foods are pretty good at basically providing the nutrients that help with stem cell production. That's the other thing with a carnivore diet. It provides it furnishes the material that we need. I'll put my hands down here so I'm not erratically throwing my hands around because we're very tight in the screen, so it looked a bit strange otherwise. I literally pulled my earpieces out. But it varies between people. There's a lot of things, and it's really, really hard to say in that regard. But look, there are things that it can encourage, but I think keeping the diet clean as much as possible, all the other little things that may be in the food or stuff like that help. But ultimately, keeping your mitochondria healthy is one of the most important strategies. So, yes. We are all animals. Yes, we are. What do I think of pork neck meat? I've had it. It's fine. Actually, I'll actually find, because when my brother-in-law was down here a while back, we actually cooked a nice little piglet, and I did all the butchering, and then after I did all the butchering, I actually took a photo of the pig's head. But I can tell you, me and the old man and my brother-in-law, we were probably the only three, not anyone else in the family, but we were the only three that sort of got stuck into the pig's head after. Uh, so yes, people with traditions. LOLHD. Just take Sinclair's protocol, rapamycin, metformin, resveratrol. Wait for cross-link breaks. Pharma shall deliver the fountain of youth. Amen. I know you're being facetious. Yes. A lot of that sort of stuff. Not a good idea. Metformin causes a lot of deficiencies, thiamine deficiencies, has effects on riboflavin. Actually, resveratrol is actually shown to have some negative effects as well. So, yeah, then rapamycin, not a good idea to basically suppress mTOR for too long. It's another reason why I say don't use the Seasonality, because they tend to suppress mTOR as well. Too much mTOR, you basically you're going to break down tissue. You're going to damage. You can't repair tissue when you suppress mTOR, so it's not a good idea. If you want to basically really have longevity, actually keep insulin down and keep IGF-1 to more lower levels, and don't worry too much about mTOR. mTOR will only activate as much as it needs for muscle protein synthesis if you keep the insulin to glucagon ratio at 1.3. So, but he likes to eat carbs. That's why he uses these sort of strategies. But long term, they're gonna let's say they're gonna boomerang back at him. So, it's only a matter of time. Singularity rupture of the nerds will save the brain. Ah, yes, Blinky and the brain. Yes. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Platelet plasma has also stem cell. Messiah. God. They're really fired up today about stem cells. God, this crowd. Let's get Luke to 150. Laugh out loud. Ah, yes. Lukey, we'll have to get you onto Seasonality from a young age.
Oh God. I thought I was only going to worry about that later.
I mean, you're relatively young at the moment. I'd be surprised if you had really severe senescence. I'd be shocked in that regard. But probably it's something, I mean, I would also say to people, probably depending if you've got on a relatively poor diet, probably, mid-30s, it'd be a good idea to jump on them. Seasonality, if you're basically on a pretty healthy diet, you could probably go to your mid-40s or 50s before you consider them. It depends on a lot of factors, so, but, and it depends how much you want to spend. It depends how much you want to experiment with yourself. There's a lot of factors, and there's a lot of question marks on all this sort of stuff. This is why I sort of say, this is what the research tells me. 3 months on, 3 months off, only the first 5 days, no more than that, and stuff like that. I know a lot of people are doing very different things, but I'm sticking to the protocol of the research and doing a whole lot of the other healthy stuff to magnify the effect without taking too many risks. I'd like to see how many of these other people are going to be around with all these risk taking. Because remember, my great-grandfather lived to 107. He didn't take any senolytics. So the diet has a lot to play in longevity stakes. Are you keeping insulin down? Are you keeping IGF down sufficient? Are you basically building enough muscle tissue and good strong bones? Are you doing the sort of exercise of physical activities, the movement out in the sun, this sort of stuff, grounding yourself and all this? I think those are the things that traditionally people did. And I think they trump any senolytic or any other type of stem cell enhanced and all that. The reason why we consider these things is because we haven't been living ancestrally, and we have accumulated a lot of damage on inappropriate foods, drink, smokes, and everything else under the sun, especially in some loose women as well. But anyway, that's another story. And all these things are basically the stress, these women, oh God. And all these things are basically compounded a lot of our health problems. And so as a consequence, it's probably a good thing to use senolytics and stuff like that as a biohack to try and repair a lot of the fucking damage. So, yeah, especially in my case, plenty of it. So I'm trying to get to at least my grandfather's age, and maybe a bit beyond that into my 90s, or maybe even get to my great-grandfather's age at this stage and repair all of the damage that I've done along the way. So about the higher stuff, I don't know. That's going to be a hard one. Now, there could be products in the future and could be things where they may develop something that literally goes in, attaches itself to a senescent cell and kills it. And basically you could take a mega dose of something, it goes in, it just takes them all out. And you go, fine, I've just got rid of all the damaged cells. But it's still the other thing. Remember, cell division will get you in the end. How do you want to slow down cell division? You don't want to be running a very high thyroid either. You want to be sort of in the normal range. You don't want to be a high thyroid, which means sugar. Sugar will age you faster. The other thing is you don't want to have damaged mitochondria. So all the dietary stuff is very important to maintain. So even to maintain that cellular thing and the turnover and maintain it in a healthy state. So you can extend and you can slow down the aging process, slow down the damage, so to speak. That's what we're talking about, and that's the sort of approach. Currently, all we can do is the dietary approach, which is the most effective way of slowing down, plus throwing in some senolytics, some stem cell strategies, but ultimately it's really keeping the damage under control. So taking Cerule, taking Physatin and then eating shit and causing a whole lot of damage, you're counteracting all the things that these things do. You're probably back to where you are, or even worse, but probably not as worse without them. But still, ultimately, if you really want to push things, you really have to clean up your act. There's no middle ground on this. It's simple as that. You either take a very uncompromising position or, all bets are off, so to speak. Restoring consciousness and restoring to a new body and shifting a shitty body becomes moot and all that. That's way beyond our technology in that regard. We don't even understand how the brain works, let alone we don't even have the Star Trek technology to know where every single, subatomic molecule is, in what position it is. Even an electron superposition, we don't have the computer power or capability to actually measure precisely. So we're way beyond that capability. That's thousands, potentially years, Star Trek type level before we can even get close to something like that. So sorry to bust your bubble, but it's not going to happen in your lifetime or mine, Jay. So that's way, way beyond. Not unless we can break physics, and that's not going to happen. So the only way you can, and the other thing is let's say, even if you had you need to find a way to basically, remodel the brain exactly identical in the new body, because the neuro pathways, the neuro connections and everything are all part of the same thing. They are the way you think, function and all that. It's pretty much. So if you can't re-engineer that, you can't have the same memories encoded, you can't actually have the same connections, the same feelings when you touch something to get the same feelings and moments. So we're talking about extremely complicated things to recreate. So best thing you can do is try and keep the thing going longer by keeping it clean. There's not many other options at this stage.
Yeah, precisely.
Unless some alien civilization turns up and says, "Oh, we're got a deal for you." Unlikely. Oh, definitely. He's probably got one hidden under his bed. He's trying to keep the conversation going, Dom. You should know. You've done that as well. Let's find an interesting subject that Harry really likes. Let's get him fired up. God, these people know me too well. I've told them too much about myself. Damn. Need to learn to keep my mouth shut. I don't like to happen. So could one increase the hay flick limit? Does increasing stem cell production get you there faster? You could use other methods as well. Probably very inappropriate. Yes, a lot of things, mate. Yeah, and it's a comical moment at the moment, so why not? But yes. But look, there's no way stopping that. Cell division is cell division. So new stem cells start from scratch. But the problem is the rate of stem cell production that you can naturally get in the body in, let's say, an aged person, my age, 50. I'm never going to produce enough stem cells, even if I'm taking all this sort of stuff, to basically repair every single cell in my body sufficiently to replace it. So ultimately, the other cells will cell divide. They'll get to their limit. And even if, let's say, 50% of my organs have new cells, the other 50 will be old and they'll have stopped their cell division. And, you only have to lose a small percentage of actual really important functional cells to start actually having organ failure, and then that cascading into other organs. That's why I don't think you can actually get that. I don't know whether, if you started really young as a child, would it be possible? I'm not going to say maybe. I'm not going to say no. That would be extremely hard to basically, with certainty. But yes. But thank you for the light moment. I did enjoy it. But I'd have to say no. Sorry to bust your bubble. Same smug. Sorry to bust your bubble, but yeah, I don't think so. Yes. It's just, yeah, it's too hard. That one. That was the video that you put up. And Alex, you've got a fan. We just explained that. Let's move on. Wait till you get to 100 and see if you want to live another 100. Barbados.
Well.
Yeah, oh God, are there too many women around? Oh, probably not. Oh, Zombie's still here. Oh, okay. And Shell, can I Shell? Oh, they don't mind. They're pretty easy with that. It's what do they say? You're as young as the thing you're feeling.
All right. Yes.
Anyway, let's move on before I get into trouble myself. Is he? Oh, really, blinkers? We've already explained that. Move on. That's more about that. We've gone through that. There does seem to be a big problem making us dependent on China for technology. Security seems a big one. Yeah, that's an issue. I think a number of countries around the world are making changes, so to speak, on that front. So I don't think it's that going to be that problematic in the not too distant future. So, I've got a jovial, I've got a very spunky feel. Do you really get into it? Do you? You like my spunky feel, don't you, blinkers? Okay, more on stem cells. God, this crowd is very interested in them. Okay, yep. They just talk about the origins and stuff like that. Yep, fine. We've talked about that. Sky isn't far from me. I should go to have some death metal concerts so I can accidentally bump into her. Why not, Bird? Why not? My point was there must be a better source than watermelon, Ryan. Supplements. Yes, look, we go for the supplement things. I don't think I could sit there and actually gnaw away at the white rind of watermelon. It's nah. I prefer them extracting it, concentrating it, and it's probably one of the, yes, it does have a bit of deuterium. That's true. Yes, we know anything processed. I've said that before, but at the same time, I'm prepared to take a bit of that rather than basically, hey, getting a hard on is very important as well. Same smug. For us oldies, it's really important, unlike you guys who are basically, 3 seconds, I've come, no excitement whatsoever. I'm just a bit faster now than what I used to be.
Oh, God.
I know I'm going to there are women in my life that I'm going to get comments. That includes also my sisters. just making that. So I will pay for it. You believe me? You can't say that on YouTube. I can't believe you said that to your subs. Yes, yes. I thought you would enjoy a bit of humour, light humour. Very unprofessional. I'll get all that. I'll get a bit sort of a, especially my older sister. Yes. So what on earth are those shorts made of? Even glass block UVB. I don't know, the clothing. Yes. Special clothing that allows UVB in. Don't know. I know what blinkers will be blinkers will be focused on. Can I get special binoculars that can see through this material? That's where his sick mind would have gone. Be honest, blinkers, we know. He's got a little devilish thing there going. Scream cap Bert. Yes. It's only got SPF 2. Yes. People don't realise you know, even through some t-shirts you can get, well, those people who are more susceptible to getting burnt, who love the seed oils and not looking after their body in other ways. Yes, yes. I leave for 5 minutes. I miss everything. Yeah, where were you? Or the old commercial that our Prime Minister made. Where the fuck are you? It's a tourist promotion thing. Yeah, only in Australia. What do you expect? Especially, it probably came from Queensland. You know, that's where zombie mukbang comes from. That sort of areas. You know, don't expect anything polished from that area of the world. I'm going to get going soon. I'm going to get a remark of some sort. These Queenslanders are very sensitive up north. These Westies, we just ignore them. Tasmania's God's country, Westie. Remember that, you're in the wrong place. It's where the bloody hell are you, Harry? Right. Oh, well, you know, bloody, that's right. It was bloody. Yeah. Well, just as bad as where the fuck are you? Same thing. You Queenslanders would come up with the same sort of, you know, inappropriate stuff, my dear. I wonder how much pickled watermelon rind the goon Gaines is munching on a daily, though. He doesn't get enough cholesterol to get a hard on. God, I'm losing
it. And then he'll say things like, you need carbohydrates for testosterone.
Yes, another cockwomble. Yes. It's the complete opposite. You've been told wrong. Remember, salt decreases blood volume. That's what happens. It pulls water to it and it decreases blood volume. The complete opposite. It's actually insulin that increases blood volume and water retention. That's why most people who have diabetes have edema, waterlogging, and you can actually punch. So when you actually punch their flesh, it doesn't bounce back like that. It basically stays in because of that water retention. So it's a giveaway. Yes, awful thing, awful sight to behold. If you're carnivore, you taste the salt. Will match your needs for it. Yes, very much. Barbados, yeah, me too. That's why I keep bombing Harry with unexpected questions on this channel. I thought, it's not working. Come up with something better. Next, I'll be making up things to confuse me completely. I shouldn't encourage that. My blood pressure is always kind of high, isn't? Right now, it's 130/90. You're dying. Just joking. That's the sort of upper of the normal. Actually, in parts of Europe, like Germany and stuff like that, they consider that normal. Actually, they don't consider it high. So there are differences and all that between places. Because, see, their studies, even though they're on a mixed macronutrient diet, they're not eating as much shit. They're not eating as much like refined stuff, like they're eating carbohydrates with animal food. So they're engaging the Randall cycle, but they're not basically guzzling down shitloads of seed oils and a whole lot of other refined stuff. And so they're doing less damage. And so when they look at populations and they do these epidemiological observational studies and they look at blood pressure and disease, they don't see that. So they say, for them, see, in America, the blood pressure issue keeps on going down. It's like some of the RDIs keep on changing because they use the average of the population. What they said, if the average survives at that level, then that must be the ability to be able to be at that. This is not clinical. This is sort of working averages within a population. Different countries have different averages because they have different lifestyles and diets and stuff like that. So they end up with different figures. That's the funny thing about it. When you go around and look around the world, the blood pressure sort of readings where they consider them too high, too low, or optimal are very different because the diet is actually affecting that, and they are creating what is called an association and determining from association where that level should be. So really, nobody fucking knows. One thing that we do know is when you disengage the Randall cycle, generally speaking, the blood pressure does drop. Generally. But, you can have things that actually can sort of confound it a bit, like, for instance, with Bart, he had like coffee tended to basically have that effect on him. When he cut out coffee for a while, his blood pressure came down, and then when he put it back in, it didn't rise again because the body adjusted. But for some reason, it was triggering it before he went clean. So there may be some other thing that was sort of like some sort of feedback effect that was basically sustained because of the coffee. Whether it was a hermetic or whatever, don't know. Nobody. It's a strange thing. Even having had conversation with him, goes, yeah, who knows what the shit doesn't make sense. Very hard, because you put it back in, and if it was basically, like the Bravett Hill criteria, which says when you increase something or decrease something, you should see a dose dependency, a relationship. So it's closely correlated, so statistically very significant, and you can say, yes, it does have an effect. But when you take it away, it goes away, and then you put it back and it doesn't come back, you go, okay, there is no statistical rate. This is a scatter sort of thing. So what it means is that it may be something else that are interacting that also was taken out at the same time and never came back. I suspect that's more likely than anything else, because we can see that basically coffee will increase AMPK and actually increase, especially if there's no protein, just coffee on its own. It'll actually even increase basically autophagy, enhance it. So it's not pushing those sort of pathways that you would think would push blood pressure, insulin and stuff like that. So it never computed to me when he said that. But then I thought, maybe it's some other factor that it was due to the coffee was basically keeping it in the system when he took that other thing out, or some relationship that isn't there anymore. we couldn't figure it out. I don't think he's been able to figure it out either. It's one of those, you get all these, it's like with computers. Again, going back to computer analogies, sometimes you get these crashes that happen or certain things that happen that are strange. You can never replicate it. You do it, it happens once, you get this error message and it never comes back again. You try, it never comes back. And it's basically this, it's like I say, I joke and say, it's basically a ghosting effect at the distance, that basically that my electrons having been entangled with some person in another galaxy, and they just basically create an error for me, and I unentangled, and no longer is that entanglement there. So basically, I don't get this error. It's one of those aberrations because of entanglement or spooky thing at a distance, effect at a distance. So that's what I throw as a joke. Some of my other IT friends that understand physics as well, they go, okay, and have a bit of a giggle in that regard. So, yes. Oh, well, got to be creative with reasons for these errors. Can't blame yourself. It's a spooky thing at a distance. It's those damn electrons. Yes. Oops. Oops. Neyman has spoken about mixing high fat and high sugar. Has he? That's the Randall cycle. That's not a good idea if he's spoken about. You mean he's spoken about it? I think I've heard that he's spoken about it, that it's a problem, but he usually says about, from what I hear, usually says that these are highly palatable foods that are very highly caloric dense, and that's what's causing the problem. But as I've said, nothing to do with it. Because if it was this sort of stuff and you take out the insulin and you can eat shitloads and still waste away, has nothing to do with it. It's not calories. It's the hormonal interactions and the Randall cycle, this blockade of energy at the receptors of the cells being overwhelmed too quick, too much. And he actually says it, too much fat and sugar in the bloodstream. But he doesn't make the connection to the Randall cycle. So it's sort of, there's too much because people are eating too much. There's a flux, they don't have enough fiber or not enough protein to basically slow it all down, sort of thing he's thinking. But he's not understanding that, even if it's the Randall cycle, dummy. You're engaging it. Philip Randall only came up with it in 1963, and most of the population in the nutritional field still don't know about it or don't understand it to this day. It drives one mad. I need to do a sort of, because I know Bart's done a sort of a general sort of, academic-y type of, the Randall cycle and all that, and, fine, you can actually talk about all these enzymatic pathways, the blockades and how it happens and stuff like that. I don't want to do something like that. I mean, I can put up a chart and do the same thing. I find that boring because I want to do something where it's more nuanced, me. Get under the bonnet, really under the bonnet, and look at basically the mitochondria. Because basically, I view Randall cycle activation as both, it's an on-off switch when you exceed the capacity to utilize that energy flux that's coming into the system. But the gradient is determined by the amount and the rate it's coming in, and that will affect the glucagon-insulin, the insulin-glucagon ratio, and it will also be affected by another factor, which is what is the deuterium and the deuterionation of that. And I see as you move forward in the long run, as you're deteriorating, you're damaging mitochondria and reducing the efficiency, you basically lower the threshold for the Randall cycle. And you magnify as a consequence, the actual gradient of the Randall cycle, something that I've talked about but I never explained, and it has to do with the deuterium depletion and stuff like that. So I will go into it in a bit of more detail at some point to discuss that, because it's really important to understand, and it sort of explains why, as people get older, it's harder to lose weight. It's mitochondrial efficiency, and the threshold of basically engaging the Randall cycle keeps on dropping. It's a real fucking bastard, isn't it? As you get older, less mitochondrial efficiency, more degradation of NAD, and basically threshold keeps on dropping. The capacity for the cell to use energy keeps on dropping, declining, as CD38 keeps on increasing. It's a real bastard. And that means your threshold decreases. So the only way of losing weight is really to go to zero, I mean absolute zero, sub-zero of carbohydrates. Now I'm being facetious and comical, but anyway, to basically disengage these things and allow for, hormone sensitive lipase to really charge up and start burning away a lot of that fat. And that's why I usually encourage people to get themselves into a fat adapted state and then basically lower the fat, increase the protein, and basically really increase muscle protein synthesis, and that muscle will increase metabolism, will increase utilization of that energy. And as that happens, you'll also renew new tissue. You'll recycle old shit and increase new tissue, and you'll actually increase your metabolic rate and start clearing out more and more of that stuff. And like that super uber rat, you will lean out and look a hell of a lot better in the long run. Anyway, I know Honest does something like that along those lines. She's a cluey lady, very smart lady. She's listened to what I've said, and she's picked up on this stuff before a lot of other people. So yes, very smart woman. Anyway, Harry, I said that I understand salt as something not to be afraid of. Oh, good man. That's the thing. But the article was talking about peak and high doses of salt being harmful in the short run, but appreciated. Fair enough. Yes. As I said to the scientists who created peak or whatever, go and tell that to the Koreans and to the Japanese who consume shitloads of salt. And they do. Not to the Americans who eat too much shit and have insulin through the roof. And glucagon nowhere to be seen. I mean, wave. Yes. Ah, yes, it does. Yeah, I know. Isn't it awful? Damn, all the pleasurable things in life increase in essence. I know I'm a party pooper for all those alcoholics here. Yep, sorry, but Oh, I got the Shell's comments. Shell, I made it to one of your comments.
Speaking of that, Harry, I think I need to get going. I have to go training.
Okay, mate. Take care. I'm probably not too far away. A couple of more minutes. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this stream.
Well.
Okay, mate. Thanks for being here. Take care, and I'll see you next week.
Sure. Stay well, you, Harry, and everyone else. Bye-bye. See you later.
See you, mate. When it comes to pork, for a moment there I thought you were saying something else, but anyway, is it the diet of the pig that's worrisome? Yeah, sort of. Yes, it can be a problem, but it's not a big problem. Pigs are very good at detoxifying things. They've even got a better detoxification system than us. That's why I remember when I actually showed you the data about the amount of, like, even when you cook pork, and we're talking about regular commercial pork, the aldehydes and the any issues with the type of oxidative byproducts and stuff like that is just trace levels, nothing, irrelevant. You have to literally cook the pork for 35 hours before you even get anything, and even then it's lower than cooking with seed oils or any of the other stuff. So it's still irrelevant. Most things, the pig can actually detox quite well. My only concern, and it's one concern that I do have when it comes to pork, in terms of the glyphosate issue, but that goes for all animals, not only for pork. For some of the stuff, but pork actually does probably better. It actually can because it's got better detoxification capacity. It actually, when I've looked at some data, the pork actually has lower stuff, so residue. So I'm not too concerned. And even when I've looked at like deuterium, because it's got the no hair, it's hairless, more or less. It's got the ability to deplete deuterium much better than other animals as well. Generally speaking, I don't really find pork, between foraged pork and not foraging pork that eats a lot of some garbage that they throw to it, the differences aren't massive. They're very small. So, but I also have, I do want that animals basically are not given shit, and they have, a sort of existence which isn't too bad in that regard. And so I tend to buy, as you know, foraged, free-range type pork meat in that regard. So there's the ethical component for me as well. Not that I'm a vegan or anything like, that I have those sort of notions, but at the end of the day, we can do things better, and we can get slightly better quality pork. So it will mean that I will have a bit more extra, because I eat it quite a lot of it. If I didn't, it wouldn't bother me, but I do want the extra omega-3s. Otherwise, I'll have to eat more fish. So I do want those components, and so being pastured and being free ranging foraging is going to basically end up having a better profile on the omega-3s primarily. The other linoleic and the arachidonic acid are more or less, there's not much, I've shown you the data before. It's not a dramatic thing, and as long as you're basically getting enough omega-3s from animal sources, you don't have to convert anything. You leave the other pathway completely. It's an irrelevancy completely when it comes to omega-6s. And all the stuff is stable in animal foods. It's not, as I said, trace elements, even when you cook it for quite some time. So there's no real, but it's also, the husbandry of animals. I don't think that we need to, like the food manufacturers, don't give a shit in a sense. So I would rather see animals be out there in the normal nature, and when it's their time, take it in, knocked out with a bolt to the head, and then slaughtered. So I've got no problems with that. So I do have that sort of side, I think. And at the end of the day, it's going to be slightly better in many respects compared to anything else. So it means it's going to be better for me in the long run. Small amounts that are not that good can maybe accumulate over time. Why take the chance? So on that sort of front, but it's not a horrendous amount when you actually compare that with plants and the amount of glyphosate in plants and the amount of other chemicals and other garbage and all that. It pales into insignificance in that regard. If somebody basically is in a food desert and they've basically got poor quality pork and kibble, I'll tell them to go and eat the pork. Simple as that. That's going to be a hell of a lot better in every aspect. But, we should be encouraging better quality practices and stuff like that. That's what I mean. Better ultimate for all of us, that we also support smaller producers. Yep, exactly. That's exactly. Local foragers raised good pig products. Exactly. They do exist, and that's what we should do. I'm not going to tell you anything about resveratrol yet. I'm going to do a video on and cover that thoroughly. It will be a continuation on my other video that I've done on senolytics and stuff like that. I've already covered how poor resveratrol actually produces. It's not very good on the senolytic side, on the senescent side. And there are a number of other issues with it as well. But I will leave that. Is there a diagnostic? I've been looking for one. In Tasmania, I can't bloody find one, Dom. And it's been on the back burner. I forgot all about it as well. So I need to look into it because some people want to have like a base level so they can say, okay, this is where I'm at. I want to see with my diet, with senolytics, with a number of things that I'm doing, what are my results? So, which is fair enough. I mean, I want to find out as well because I want to basically do a compare, take a base level test and then do another one later on. So, yeah, I'm looking at options at the moment. I've actually asked a friend of mine to look into it. I probably may next week give him a call, find out. I may even ask she works in the pharmaceutical. She's my cousin. This is on mum's side. Julie, she's basically a consultant for multinational drug company. And so I may give her a call and find out exactly what sort of diagnostic tests, whether she knows of any. So I may do that and find out and see what I come up with. But no promises, guys. I'm trying to. I just forgot it, because I tried and then I sort of failed, and then I said, "Oh shit, I'll do it later on," and I forgot all about it. So yes, too many things to remember and do. So I will, because we need to be able to. At the end of the day, we all need to work out a base where we're at, the base level, and then from there, sort of go forward. Because to see. And also, I do want to do 1 year where I do the 3 month off, 3 month on, 3 month off, that sort of thing, and then do like every month and see what's going to happen, and also do some other tests as well to make sure are there any other deleterious effects. So, yeah. Oh God, go away and spank yourself. Yes, do hit the like button, please. The YouTube algorithm will love you. And so will I. Some people, like my mum, once they have had a family and their partner has passed on, seems to be waiting to die, keeping a zest for life is important too. Yeah, I think so. Dad was feeling like that as well. It's lonely. And so I actually went and stayed with Dad for a while and kept on visiting after and kept on getting him to engage with more people. And that's what he did. And what happened is now he has a zest for life. He wants to live longer. He actually asked me, is there any way of actually extending my life? So it is a thing that does happen because of loneliness, because of that partner being so important in their life. But at some point, it's how the children, how others engage that person and give them a reason to wanting to keep on going. So, yes, and I didn't want to lose Dad. Simple as that. So I made sure he had a reason to stay around. Is left ventricular hypertrophy really a problem for athletes? Yes, it can be. I can't find much which says it's a problem when it develops as a result of people who exercise a lot. People do die, have heart attacks while in marathons, and it's due to this problem. And taurine can inhibit it. Taurine prevents left ventricular hypertrophy. It just does. It suppresses the heart from changing, making these alterations. So a lot of these people are consuming far too much sugar, and sugar has a tendency of bleeding through sulfur and so depleting taurine as well. And that's the problem, and that's the other reason why. So even their endogenous synthesis is not enough. So they need either to shift over to a ketogenic diet as athletes or take taurine supplementation. Simple as that. No other option around that. And I've seen studies, and I've actually shown studies of that on some of my live streams, but I never got around doing a proper thing. 120 with my own teeth intact. Nice. Yes. One thing that I'll tell you one thing. Frank carries on to me. One thing that I have noticed myself is, God, I can munch through bones, soft bones, or even slightly harder bones. Like, I couldn't do that before. God, my teeth would hurt, absolute hurt. And I wasn't even on a vegan diet, on a SAD diet. My teeth would hurt. And now I can literally people see me sometimes at work, I'm just munching and eating the ends off the chicken legs, and I'm just and I can hear the crunching of certain bones being broken in my mouth and all that. And they go, "What the fuck are you doing, Harry?" And I go, "Oh, hyaluronic acid, guys. It's the end, the joints. It's, all that collagen type material you get in your joints, hyaluronic acid." I said, "It's all that sort of stuff. Good for you." And they go, "Fucking hell, he's crazy." Yeah, but I can do that munching, where before, fuck no, I couldn't. Yes, just the previous comment for sure. Yes, I have to say a carnivore diet does improve basically teeth strength. I don't know whether they're going to survive, but that's a different thing altogether. But teeth strength is probably one predictor that they're not going to fall out, at least. That reminds me that I have to increase my cerebral stem cell enhancer. Got my hubby taking them now. He's using up my stuff. Damn. Don't want too much shell. Would make me 33. Yes. Let's move on. I was thinking out loud. No. The only person who has to look at is Mira at this stage, anyway. Yes. Move on. I'm going to get into trouble. I've only got myself to blame, don't I? Why wouldn't we mass produce our own stem cells in a lab and flood our body with it to replace all? Very expensive is one thing, and you don't know where they're going to go or whether they're going to be all utilized, because there is a rate limiting factor as well. You need enzymes and a whole lot of things for all of that sort of stuff. So there is a rate limiting effect. So you can only produce so many cells That's the problem. Let alone if you actually were to push so much stem cell activation at once, it could be quite dangerous in terms of deranging the normal growth pathways and stuff like that. So it wouldn't work. I know what you're getting at, but there are rate limiting things. You need so much energy to be able to do these sort of things. If you've basically got poor mitochondria, how are those mitochondria going to provide the energy to do these things? You know what I mean? Enough cofactors. You can only absorb and utilize so many cofactors. You can only transcript so many enzymes. And then again, how many enzymes can you produce? Well, how efficient is your energy? It all comes back to energy. So if you've already got quite a bit of damage, the mechanisms aren't going to work to be able to do that. So it'll be expensive supplementation, but you won't get the results you're looking for. And there could be other potential side effects. So we've never done that experiment. I'd first do it on an animal to see what happens. But I suspect it wouldn't be good. Let's put it that way. I bet you do. Salami. Is that what you call it? Now you got Blinkers excited. God, he's probably already got a boner. He's probably lost his balance. Poor Froggy. Oops. Depends on the mood. Nice one. Yes, these ladies. Yes, Bird. Blinkers, yes. He's into vegan meat. He'll be into anything, believe me. Anything. As long as it's got a pulse. Screen capture. All threats. He's just all talk and very little action. 0 milligrams. Is that his output? Is it? Is that Blinker's output? 0 milligrams. Hello, it was just a joke about Sky tasting music, but lost on you cretins. Oh yeah. Did you hear that, Blinkers? He called you a cretin. You are toast now. LOL, the police is coming. Restraining order issued. Bloody hell. It's where the bloody hell are you? Yeah, I know. Oh, well, look at that. One gets it wrong. Has Tasmania lifted travel bans? Visitors yet? No. All of Australia's actually locked up. And now, just recently, we had an incident in Melbourne and Sydney, and they locked us out of Sydney and Melbourne, so we're locked up again, even within the country. It's crazy down here. It's crazy down here, Shell. You haven't seen anything. This country's gone to the dogs in terms of lockdowns and God, let me not get started. Even one of the guys actually at work said a couple of days back before the lockdowns happening, he goes, I'm going to organise a trip to Queensland on a holiday. And I said I wouldn't bother. Then a few days later, the lockdowns all happened all over the place, and there was an incident in Queensland. And he goes, "Oh fuck! I would have lost the tickets, and I would have been locked up as well for 14 days." I said, "Exactly." He said, "This is shit." I know. I said, "Exactly. That is shit. You can't go anywhere without multiple risks." Looks like it. It's fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy. Now you know why I'll be basically somersaulting towards the Novavax as fast as possible. Because, while I've protecting myself with vitamin D, and I'm not worried about the virus. Who cares? It's just a bit worse than the flu. Big deal. My biggest issue is, and vitamin D pretty much protects me, so it's not an issue. I don't even think I have to worry about trying to get ivermectin. It'd be a good thing to have, but it's not as important. If I can maintain, as long as I maintain my vitamin D status, I'm not too worried about that. But I'm annoyed, pissed off that I'm basically, by my government, restraint within this state. Yes. Brings new meaning to having a fatty. Doesn't? Are we back on that? Are we, Michelle? Yeah. Eggplants. Yeah, that's all Blinky's capable of. Eggplants, serving up eggplants. Would just smell like a fart all the time. That'd be Blinkers. Oh God, I love how they worry about what they say in front of us. Sure. Yes. I don't really. Yes. But I have to say that I do, because I've got other people that will comment. I was raised by 4 brothers. Nothing phased me good. My younger sister's like that. Just my older sister can be a bit more prudish. Yes. I was raised by the internet, God. Shit. It explains everything. Anyway, I'm learning a lot about you guys. Some stuff is worrying. Just kidding. Anyone have any tips for nice natural drinks rather than water, milk, tea, and coffee? Thoughts about trying herbal teas? Got to be very careful with some of those. They do have chelating factors, and some can be. I mean, for instance, the EGCG, the stuff in tea, that sort of stuff. Probably in tea is probably not a big problem, but you would not supplement that stuff. Remember the senescent video that I did? It actually increases senescent cells. Not a good thing. A small amount probably has a hormetic effect, like it causes an injury and you get stronger, but too much will harm a lot of your cells. So that's what that study, remember, on the senescent stuff that we talked about. Yes. Not good. It's shit. Blaming quantum physics for cover up my coding mistakes. Gotta try that one. Exactly. It worked for me. Well, I got a few laughs out of it anyway. Bone broth with dollop and sour cream is the bomb through. Oh, God. Doesn't take much to excite you people, does it? Bone broth sounds good. Not sure about blood zombie. Hey, haven't you tried blood sausage, Bert? Well, she's our resident zombie. Oh, that's true. Yes, she's a fan of gore. Just say it. You're a fan of gore, So vegans are what I eat in a day videos. Gore. Slop. Yeah, that would be, very much gory, like a gory movie. Yes. Those freak me out a bit. The original Night of the Living Dead. Yes. Besides The Exorcist, yes. I was young when I first watched The Exorcist. teenager, and that really did it. That was, now it doesn't affect me, but then, oh shit, did it affect me? That was sort of, ooh shit, it really touched a raw nerve. The Exorcist back then. Oops. What about shoes? She wants to make movies as well. Why not? Good luck with it. Is increased metabolism equals turning over cells? Yes. Yeah. Not so much metabolism. It's actually running a higher thyroid. So it's not metabolism. It's more running a higher thyroid, which basically means you end up basically turning over cells much faster. See, having a high metabolic rate is a different thing. Having a high metabolic rate is determined by lean body mass. So how much lean body mass you have, how much muscle, you will use more energy. You'll require more energy to utilize. But actually increasing metabolism is actually accelerating that utilization. But what that causes also is a lot of cell turnover, and you tend to run this sort of hotter state. Carbohydrates usually do that. Usually you see it on people with a sad diet, and it's the reason why they age faster and die younger. If you take a look at centenarians, most centenarians are running actually a much lower, sort of rate, and tend to have a slightly, not extremely high like you get on a therapeutic keto diet, but slightly elevated reverse T3. So they're running in a more cooler, lower state. But that means also that their TSH is also tempered down. It's not high. When you have these sort of situations where increased sort of turnover, usually have higher TSH, as well. So you're really ranking up, and it's not good, not healthy at all. Yes, you want to be on carbohydrates. Yes, that's what you get. So, as I said, when you look at centenarians, they run much, genetically speaking, even though they eat some carbs, they tend to sort of have a slightly elevated reverse T, not high, but slightly elevated compared to the general population of reverse T3. And it's the sort of levels you would get on a carnivore diet or a keto diet which had enough protein. You would get similar levels where it's not too high, but it is slightly elevated compared to the general population. So you're running at that much cooler, and you're not, quickening the turnover, so to speak. So, yes, I would say definitely you don't want to be on a repeat diet unless you want to die quicker. "28 days later." Yes, I remember that. I actually enjoyed that. Yes. And then they laid out the thing for the jet, the British jet that came through from the French mainland. Yes, I remember that. That was a pretty good one. And that was a more realistic one. It actually had, the way it was really well done. It wasn't too over gory, and it was sort of the interpersonal and these conflicts and between people in these difficult movements. Yes, bye everyone. So I'm still quite behind, aren't I? Fuck, mate. Trying to catch up. I get to the bottom and then, God, great. People are not asking questions. So I can cycle through these quickly. More about food. God, everybody's going to be hitting the fridge soon. Blame Shell. I'll add not wearing adult diapers. Fuck that shit. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Nothing like fiber to give you a really good asshole. Yeah, if you take a look, it's all these people with, basically sick, damaged guts and all that pretty much are doing that sort of stuff. And it's all down to a lot of damage that is done from eating species inappropriate foods. I don't think we're going to have those problems. Oh, yes, trouble. Yes, you realised right. Where were you? You missed so much fun. God damn. US is up and flying. Yes, we're still locked down. We're still locked down under. I could make a song of that. We're still locked down under. Whatever. God. Don't give up your day job. I know I'm going to hear it. Zombie's going to go, don't fucking give up your day job. Put your hand down. Oops, that was a sort of a Freudian, sort of an autonomic sort of response without control. I'll move on before I make a comment and I get myself into even more trouble. Never tried Bert spanking the pony while riding it. Okay, let's move on. God, I'm getting to the bottom. They don't even realise it. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yes, that's important. Yes, yes. Oops. Can't believe it. I'm at the bottom. Can you believe that? Incredible. Incredible. Anyway, we're 4.5 hours. I better pull the plug. It's nearly 11 o'clock. I need to get to bed because I've got work tomorrow. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. For everyone who turned up, please hit the like button before you vacate the premises. Yes, I have. Incredible. Yes, it is. It's a Father's Day miracle. Oh, yes, it definitely is. Happy Father's Day to all those out there. Are you offering to suck? Let me just rephrase that. Oh, thank you, Shell. Oops. See you, Alex. Robert, you're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Yes, I know. Always past my bedtime somewhere. Yes, definitely look forward to see you guys next week, all of yous. And take care. enjoy some good carny meat, and I'm out of here. Thanks for being here. Just don't forget to hit the like button, and thank you all for staying this long. Anyway, see you guys.